Here's a fun fact about the 1954 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL. It was actually one of the fastest cars of its time, capable of reaching speeds over 160 miles per hour. That's pretty impressive for a car from the 1950s, especially considering it had a lightweight aluminum body and that iconic gull-wing door design. Talk about a true classic that still turns heads today. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your pick before the timer runs out or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides for you. No pressure, but your car choices are basically the star of this race. Get those selections in now. Hey neighbor, great to see you come back. Glad you're here to watch the chaos unfold. Grab some popcorn because these AI cars are about to put on a show. Hey Emin Song. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you've been doing well. Ready to watch some crazy AI cars race their hearts out today? Wow, this is quite the quirky matchup. Gina Jones in the 1971 Ford Escort Mark RSM 1600 sounds like a classic powerhouse, especially for a race on a 4-column track like Charade. It's got that vintage charm and likely some serious speed in a straight line. TPKPS driving a 1968 Honda S800, which is adorable and lightweight, but probably not built for the long haul. Given the cars alone, I'd say Gina has the edge when it comes to raw power and handling us classic circuit. The Escort was made for rallying and racing, so I'd give her a slight edge. But hey, the Honda S800 could surprise us if it's nimble, and the driver has some skill. My money's on Gina and the Ford to take it, but don't count out TPPP. Good things come in small, lightweight packages sometimes. Alright folks. The vintage slow cars are finally underway at Charade. Looks like Evolution 954 is starting on pole in a 1969 Triumph TR6i. Let's see if that classic beauty can hold off the others. Evolution 954 has shot off the line to take the lead. Naiba is holding strong in second place, while Violeta Mama is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Violeta Mama is climbing up to second place. Hingle McCringleberry and Unstabil are nose to nose for fifth. Amy and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for sixth. Scott Dixon is now in third place, closing the gap. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to fifth, and he's in a tight fight with Unstabil for that position. Amy is climbing fast into fifth place. Maya is making a move into seventh. Maricus is inching up to 11th. Looks like the race is heating up. Maya just overtook Hingle McCringleberry to move into sixth place. They are now nose to nose in that battle. Aminsan and Unstabil are also fighting hard for eighth place, staying close together. Scott Dixon is closing in on Violeta Mama, cutting the gap by over a second. Amy has moved up one spot to take fourth place. Maya and Naibe are locked in a tight battle for fifth position. Amy is gaining on Scott Dixon now, just over a second behind. Maya has overtaken someone and is now in fifth place. Amundsen has also moved up one spot, sitting in seventh. Scott Dixon climbs to second place. Amy moves into third. And I, Maya, am now in fourth. Looks like everyone's playing the upgrade game. Hingle McCringleberry is now in seventh place. Naibe is right behind, both battling hard for that seventh spot. Amy is closing in on the leader, making things interesting at the front. Amy is now in first place. Maya is cutting down the gap to Scott Dixon by 140 seconds. Aminsan has moved up to fifth place. Scott Dixon is climbing to second place. It's Bumblebee has moved up 2 spots to 8th. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on TPPA, cutting the gap by a second. Pippi and TPPA are locked in a tight fight for 14th. Aminsan just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Maya and Aminsan are nose to nose for that same spot. It's Bumblebees chipping away at Hingle McCringleberry's lead, closing in by 140 seconds. Maya is now in third place, closing in on Evolution 154. Aminsan and Maya are nose to tail for 4th place. The fight for the top 3 is heating up. Aminsan just climbed 1 spot to secure the 4th place. A tight duel is brewing between Aminsan and Evolution 154 for 3rd. Maricus is also on the move. advancing one spot to 8th. Amin-san just sneaked into 3rd place. Its Bumblebee is climbing up to 8th. Jordan F is inching closer to Maracus, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Amin-san is really closing the gap on Scott Dixon, shaving off a full second. Looks like a battle brewing there. Pippi Langstrumpf and Unstable are nose-to-nose for the 14th spot. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. Maya is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Its Bumblebee has also gained 1 position, moving into 7th. Jordan F is narrowing the gap to Maracus by 1.2 seconds. So the chase is on. Maracus and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for 8th place. TPK is creeping up on Gina Jones, fast enough to make her sweat, closing the gap by over 1 second. Amin-san just sneaked into 2nd place. Scott Dixon and Amin-san are nose-to-nose fighting for that spot. Its Bumblebee is chipping away Violetta Mama's lead, closing in by nearly 3 seconds. Maya is gaining on Scott Dixon, now just 1.6 seconds behind. Its Bumblebee is catching Violetta Mama, closing the gap to 1 second. Maracus is driving a 1974 Fiat 131 Abarth, a classic with a reputation for agility. They're currently in 8th place, just behind the other Fiat. Looks like a tight race with Maracus trying to catch up. Amy is leading the race in a 1963 Ferrari 250G Berlinetta. She's maintaining a solid pace with the fastest lap of 2:38.789. Looks like she's got a comfortable gap at the moment. Gina Jones is struggling to catch up with TPPPA, who is holding a decent gap. Gina needs a miracle to overtake now. Pippi Langstrumpf's car is a 1967 Sunbeam Tiger. Looks like she's struggling to keep up, currently in the last place and lapping nearly 3 minutes. Wow, Amy just took the win. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Amy, you really showed everyone what you're made of. Congratulations on winning the race. That was an impressive drive. And a big shout out to Amy for grabbing the fastest lap, so she can now claim that beautiful 1963 Ferrari 250G per Lunetta. Vintage street cars just got a little more glamorous. Gina Jones, way to go on winning the bet race. You're now the proud owner of a 1971 Ford Escort Mark I RSOZOMA 1600. Classic and cool, just like your racing style. And Amin-san, you really went all out with the overtakes today. Claiming that vintage Ferrari as well. Looks like you're the overtaking king today. Nice work, everyone. If I had to pick one of these cars for a race on the Macau Gia circuit, I would go with the 2020 Koenigsegg Jesko. Its combination of top-tier aerodynamics, incredible power, and track-ready agility gives it a serious edge on such a challenging and twisty street course. Plus, with all that downforce and speed, it's likely to maneuver through tight corners better than most of the supercars and hypercars on that list. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment to jump in and make your choice. Time's running out faster than a sports car on a straightaway. Don't miss your chance to see which AI-driven beast will take the checkered flag. Oh wow, what a matchup! Gina Jones in the 2014 Koenigsegg 1-1. That's a beast with serious power and speed. But Hyundai's in the 2016 Pagani Huayra BC. That's a work of art and should be pretty nimble around the twists and turns. Given Macau's tight and tricky streets, the car's agility might outshine raw horsepower. I'd probably put my chips on Gina's car for a quick burst off the line, but Hyundai's car might handle the corners with more finesse. Honestly, I'm leaning slightly toward Gina. But don't count out Hyundai's for pulling off some slick moves and stealing the show. Who do you think will surprise us? Alright folks, the race kicks off at the legendary Macau Gia track. Lemon Cult Games is on pole position, cruising in a 2015 Ferrari LaFerrari. Let's see if that speed can hold up, or if the others will catch up. Lemon Cult Games is leading the race. JC Productions is right behind in second, and I am holding on to third place. Let's see if I can hold on to this spot or if the AI decides to spice things up. Sovi is slicing through the field, now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Naya is on a roll, climbing 2 spots to claim the lead. Hyundai is also making moves, advancing 1 position to sit in third. Maya is holding steady in the top 10, no overtakes yet. Amy is now in 12th place, closing in. The Hyper 7 and Hingle McCringleberry are right behind, both making moves. Yesterone 133,796 is holding off Amy for 11th place. Sovi just climbed one spot to 18th. Pippi Langstrumpf and Sovi are nose to nose for 18th. The modern streetcars class seems to be quite competitive with a mix of high-end hypercars and some less powerful models. The track at Macau Gia with tight corners and narrow streets favors skill over raw power, so drivers with better control are likely to gain positions. The top spots are occupied by a mix of fast and more balanced cars, indicating that driver skill and car handling are key here. Scott Dixon is driving a Ferrari F8 Tributo and is currently in 10th place. Looks like he's holding steady but not making any dramatic moves yet. Maya is driving a 2020 Ultima RS, a modern street car known for its lightweight design and raw power. Looks like she's leading comfortably with no sign of slowing down. The tight Macau Gia street circuit is making overtakes tricky, so staying consistent is key. The top drivers are holding their positions well, but expect some close calls and last-minute moves. Amy and Imus Gordon are neck and neck for 10th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is chopping down the distance to Sovi by 1.3 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is making a strong move, climbing 3 spots to 16. Husky Hog is gaining ground, moving up 1 place to 5th. Husky Hog and High Mize are nose to tail, fighting hard for 4th. Husky Hog is climbing up to 4th place. Strutting Jarl is chipping away at Takidoka Bree's lead, now 1.3 seconds behind. Amy is making her way to 8th place. Yesterone 133,796 is climbing up to 12th place. The Hyper 7 and Youngun Store 202 are nose to nose for 13th. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, shrinking the gap by 1.6 seconds. Maya is catching up to the pack, closing in on the leader. Strutting Jaw better watch out. Amy is right behind. Scott Dixon is gaining on JC Productions. The battle for the next spot is heating up. Girl Love Diamond is driving a 2019 Zenbo TSRS, a car known for its aggressive design and high speed. They are currently in the 20th place, so it looks like the race has been a bit of a challenge for them so far. Wow, Maya, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the finish line was just a formality for you. Congrats on the win. Wow, congratulations to Maya for claiming the victory. That was an incredible race, and you truly earned it. And let's not forget the fantastic achievements of the other drivers. Maya, you get to take home the sleek 2020 Ultimate RS for setting the fastest lap. Gina Jones, your daring moves paid off, and you can now claim the astonishing 2014 Koenigsegg 1-1. And Amy, with all those daring overtakes, you've earned the 2020 Koenigsegg Jesko. Great job, everyone. This was a race to remember. Hey everyone, the clock's ticking. Make your final picks before time runs out, or you'll have to ride the virtual pine with whatever car the AI thinks is best. Hurry up! Alright, so we have Hellskank in a Jaguar F-Type GT3, and me in a Bentley Continental GT3. Both are incredible cars, but the Jaguar is known for its agility and sharp handling, especially around a tight circuit like Botany Orange Short. The Bentley, on the other hand, offers a lot of power and comfort but might be a tad less nimble on this track. Given the circuit's nature and the car's characteristics, I'm leaning towards Hellskank taking the win here. Still, it's going to be a close race, and I wouldn't count myself out just yet. The race is about more than just the car. It's about how well each driver pushes their machine. Let's see what happens. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Botany Orange Short. Amy starting on pole in a 2016 BMW M6G3. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the others have plans to overtake her. Athena CNC has shot to the front, holding the lead. Amy is right behind in second place. Naibe's in third, trying to keep up but already a bit behind the top two. Naibe is climbing to second place. Famaka is also moving up to fourth. Sovi and Senor Flip-Flopone 120-20 are locked in a close fight for fifth. Sylvie and Senor Flip Flopone 100 and 2020 are neck and neck for 5th place. Man, Lufa Life are also locked in a close fight for 7th. Pippi Langstrom just gained 1 spot to take 10th. Pippi Langstrom and JL Gaming are battling it out for 9th. Hingle McCringleberry is making a bold move, climbing 3 spots to reach the 10th position. Sophie is inching forward now in 5th place. Pippi Langstrom and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail, fighting for 10th place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 10th place. Scott Dixon is inching closer to the top, now in 13th. Gina Jones is currently in 11th place, driving a 2015 Jaguar F-Type GT3. Her race seems steady, but she's got some ground to make up. Maya is in 10th place with a 2015 Bentley Continental GT3. Looks like she's holding her own, but still has some ground to make up. The GT3 class is keeping the field tight with close performance, and the botneering short track favors skill over raw power, so expect some strategic overtakes and tight battles ahead. Atina CNC is leading in a 2018 Bentley Continental GT3. They've set the fastest laps so far and seem to be comfortably ahead. Looks like smooth sailing for now. Famaka is driving a 2011 Ferrari 488 GT3. They're currently in 5th place and have a fastest lap of 1:9.11. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite catching the leaders. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 2011 Ferrari 458 GT3. Looks like he's struggling a bit, currently in the last few positions and over 10 seconds behind the leader. Not the best race for him so far. Sylvie and Famaka are neck and neck for 4th place. Pippi Langstrom and JL Gaming are locked in a close fight for 9th. Maya is in 10th place with a Bentley Continental GT3 from 2015. She's got a decent lap time but needs to find some extra speed to climb higher. The car's handling seems solid, but overtaking might be the key now. Gina Jones is driving a 2015 Jaguar F-Type GT3. She's currently in 11th place, just behind the leaders, with a fastest lap of 1:8.945. Looks like she's holding her own but needs to pick up the pace to climb higher. Sophie is driving a Renault Sport RS01 GT3, which is known for its agility and lightweight design. They're currently in 6th place, holding steady with a fast lap of 1 minute, 8 seconds and 600ths. Looks like Sophie is making the most of that Renault's sharp handling. The short track is keeping the pack tight, making overtakes tricky and favoring aggressive drivers like Hingle McCringleberry and Pippi Langstrom. Maya is in 10th place with a Bentley Continental GT3 from 2015. Her fastest lap is a 1:8.809. The race looks tight, and she's just behind the top 9. Wow, Athena CNC, you did it! Congratulations on winning the race. That was some impressive driving, and you totally earned that victory. And huge shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for snagging the fastest lap. Claim your shiny 2011 Ferrari 458 G3. Well deserved. Maya, since I won the bet race, I guess I'm claiming that sweet 2015 Bentley Continental GT3. Looks like I'm taking home a pretty fancy prize. And Nighty, you really outdid yourself with those overtakes. You're taking home the 2012 Audi R8 NES Ultra. Nice work pushing through the pack. What a race, everyone played their part. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down and your chance to pick a car is almost gone. Don't miss out on the action. Make your choice now before it's too late. After this, we'll be jumping straight into the race, and I promise, you won't want to miss how these AI drivers perform. Hurry up! Wow, what a matchup! On one side, we have Sovi in a 2018 Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution, which is a solid choice for agility and sharp turns at La Sitzring GP. On the other side, Hingle McCringleberry is behind a 2014 Dodge Viper Cert TG R3, which sounds like a beast with a lot of raw power. If this was strictly about handling and precision, Sovi might have the edge. But with the Viper's brute strength, Hingle could just blast through, take the win if the AI manages to use that power wisely. Honestly, I'd say it's a close call, but I'm leaning towards the Viper sneaking ahead because of its raw capabilities, unless Sovi pulls a perfect race with clever cornering. Who do you think will come out on top? Alright folks, the race is kicking off at the La Sitzring GP Pippi. Langstrup is starting on pole, in the classic 2012 Nissan GT-R GT. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the others will surprise us. Stay tuned! Gina Jones is leading the pack right now. Pippi Langstrup is holding second place, and Trash Crashton is in third. Looks like a tight start. Beats with Kif is climbing fast to 20. Givenserogai is also making moves to 25. Tyler and Wild Kevin Minone are neck and neck for fourth place. Tyler just snuck into 4th place, pushing Wild Cavaminon down a spot. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing fast, now in 7th after gaining 2 positions. The battle for 4th is heating up. Wild Cavanona just overtook someone to grab the 4th place. Wild Cavanona and Trash Crashton are nose to tail for 3rd. Tyler and Wild Cavaminu are also fighting hard for that same spot. Maya is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Hingle McCringleberry has also moved up 1 position into 6th. Amy and Lee Russell are nose to nose fighting for 8th place. Amy just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Sophie is also climbing up to 9th. Yesterone and the 33,796 and New for Life are nose to nose for 11th. Yesterone 133,796 is climbing up to 11th place. Roger Bear 302 and Agretz 34 are neck and neck for 26th. Nermuda and Fishins are locked in a close fight for 28th. Scott Dixon is climbing 2 spots to 12th place. Shalesy and Dixon are nose to tail for 12. Edzos 21 and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 14. Shalesy is climbing up to 12th place. Scott Dixon and Shalesy are nose to nose for that spot. Grady Graves is inching closer to 28. Yesterone 133,796 is driving a 2011 McLaren MP 4-12CG T3. They are currently in 12th place and seem to be holding steady without much drama so far. Maya is now in 4th place, climbing up the field. Gravy Graves is inching closer to Agretz 34, cutting the gap by a full second. Ed Sauce 21 is driving a Dodge Viper SRT GTR 3. Their race seems to be pretty uneventful so far, stuck in 15th place with no notable moves. Maya and Trash Crashton are neck and neck for 3rd place. Sophie just overtook a car to climb into 8th. Sophie and Tyler are locked in a close fight for 7th. Maya and Trash Crashton are nose to tail for 3rd place. Sophie is climbing up to 7th. Yesterone and then 33,796 and Lyricel are locked in a fierce scrap for 10th. Maya is now in 3rd place, closing in on the leaders. Yesterone 133,796 and Lyricel are nose to nose for 10th place. Roger Bear 302 and Jay Buogi are locked in a fierce fight for 25th. Yesterone 133,796 is climbing to 10th place. Scott Dixon is now 12th. Roger Bear 302 has moved up to 25th. Congratulations, Gina Jones. Looks like you just proved you're the fastest on the track. Well done. Wow. Gina Jones, you really are on a winning streak. Congratulations on winning the race today. And for an incredible 7 days in a row. That's some impressive streak of domination. And with that, you've earned yourself 500 request points. Way to keep the momentum going. And let's not forget the drivers claiming those fantastic cars. Gina, you get the sleek 2016 Audi R8 LMS GT3. Hingle McCringleberry, you've earned the powerful 2014 Dodge Viper SRT GT R3 GT3. Maya, for the most overtakes, you get another shot at the 2016 Audi R8 LM S GT3. Great job to everyone, and what a thrilling race. Can't wait to see what happens next. Alright everyone, hurry up and pick your cars before the time runs out. Don't want to miss out on your chance to see these fancy virtual machines race. Get those selections in, and let's see which AI drives to victory. This is quite the classic showdown. The McLaren M19A, from 1971, has a reputation for being a fierce competitor, especially in the hands of a skilled AI tie. On the other hand, the Lotus 72C is no slouch either, known for its innovative design and agility. Given the track is Aviano Intermediate, which favors precision and handling, I might lean slightly towards Gina Jones. In the Lotus 72C, its design should allow for some smooth cornering and quick maneuvering. But Fishing's McLaren has that raw power and historical dominance that could shake things up. Overall, it's a close call. But I think Gina might just edge out Fishing's in this one. Still, anything can happen when AI gets behind the wheel and the track is this lively. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Aviano Intermediate, and up front we've got Pace CAR piloting a classic 1971 March 7-11 Ford. Let's see if that old school beauty can hold on to that pole position. Pace CAR has shot off the line to take the lead. Sovi is holding strong in second place. Filthy Old Guy is hanging on in third, but expect some early battles. Sovi is now in first place. Filthy Old Guy has climbed to second. Fishing is in third. Looks like a little shuffle at the front. James Mayo is on the move, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Brando Buster is also making a move, now in 6th after passing 3 cars. Pippi Langström is not holding back, grabbing 7th place with a quick surge. Gina Jones is on a tear, overtaking 14 cars to grab the lead. Sophie and Gina are nose-to-nose for 1st place. Zombush 86 and New for Life are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Sophie is now in 1st place. Fishing has moved into 2nd. Yang Klejo Show is climbing into 3rd. Looks like they're all playing musical chairs. Pippi Langström is driving a 1970 Lotus 72. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding their own but not quite challenging the leaders. Kim Klejo Show is driving a 1970 Lotus 72 and is currently in 3rd place. Looks like he's making a steady climb up the field. Brando Buster is driving a Lotus 72C, which is known for its aerodynamics and handling. Looks like he's stuck in 10th place and not making much progress. Gina Jones is driving a Lotus 72C, a classic racing machine known for its innovative aerodynamics. She's currently in 5th place, so she's holding her ground pretty well. The track seems to be favoring the front runners with clear air, while the midfield is packed and struggling for overtakes. Diane Klejo Show is driving a 1970 Lotus 72 and is currently in 3rd place. He's been consistent with a fastest lap, just under 1 minute 25 seconds. Looks like he's holding a solid position so far. Hingle McCringleberry climbs to 8th place. Pace CIR moves up to 9th. New for Life is closing in on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. They are now locked in a tight battle for 11th. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a Lotus 72C, starting from the 15th position. Their fastest lap is just under 25 seconds, but they're currently in 8th place, so they're making some progress. Fishing is driving a 1971 McLaren M19A, starting 4th and currently holding 2nd place. Looks like they're making a solid run, staying close to the leader and setting competitive lap times. James Mayo is catching Theon Kolo Show fast, closing in by almost 2 seconds. Brando Buster just moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Pippi Langström is narrowing the gap on Bill Theo Guy by 2 seconds, so expect some action soon. Hayes CARR is driving a March 711 Ford, starting from the very front and currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is slower than some others, so they might be struggling to keep up with the pace. Maya is driving a 1971 Surtees TS9, currently in 11th place. Her fastest lap is a 1:25.074. She's holding steady but not making much progress yet. Wow, Zoe really took the lead and left everyone in the dust. Nice job winning the race. Wow, Zoe, you really pulled out all the stops and took home the victory? Congrats on the win, you earned it. And a big shout out to you for grabbing the fastest lap too. That 1971 Tyrrell 002 is practically crying out for a new driver. Hingle McCringleberry, you were on fire with those overtakes. You deserve that 1971 Lotus 72C for your daring moves. Looks like both of you have some sweet new rides waiting. Nice work everyone, this race was a blast. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Poznan has tight corners and quick chicanes, so a car that can navigate those turns smoothly and stick to the road would have a big advantage. Speed is important, but being able to control the car through all the twists and turns is what's really going to make or break a good time here. Alright everyone, the clock's about to run out, so make your picks quick before all these magnificent machines zoom away without you. Don't miss your chance to see which car will dominate the race. Time's almost up. Wow, what a matchup! Both cars are true classics, but in very different ways. The Ford Gran Torino from 1974 has that rugged muscle car vibe, perfect for making a statement on the track. On the other hand, the Chevrolet El Camino SS from 1970 is like the Swiss Army knife of cars, part truck, part sports car. So it might surprise us with some unexpected agility. Considering the race is on Poznan, which favors certain handling characteristics, I'd lean slightly towards Nox Exodus in the Gran Torino. Its raw power could give it an edge in a straight line, but don't count out gyroscope in the El Camino SS. After all, sometimes the less conventional choice can pull off the unexpected win. I'll go with Nox Exodus as my prediction, but I'd keep an eye on Gyroscope's car, because surprises are what this is all about. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Tor Poznan with Hingle McCringleberry on pole in the 1968 Morgan Plus 8 Theta. Buckle up, this should be interesting. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off the line to take the lead. Mobius is holding strong in second place, just ahead of Justin Gokes in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Frankenbouts is making a move, climbing 3 spots to take the 17th position. Mobius is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to lead the race. The Uart is also on the rise, advancing 1 position to sit in third. GM Prime is climbing up to 7th place. Waffling Godders and GM Prime are nose to nose for 7. Scott Dixon and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a fierce fight for 12. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place. GM Prime is also moving up to 6th. GM Prime and Justin Gokes are nose to nose for 5th. GM Prime is climbing to 5th place. Alan 656 also moving up to 6th. Justin Gokes and Alan 656 are nose to tail for 6th position. Maya advances 1 spot to 8th place. N-Body Notes and Wild Cavanonon are locked in a close fight for 17th. Meg's Boring Life climbs 2 spots to 20th. Maya is now in 7th place, closing in on Justin Gokes. Justin Gokes and Maya are neck and neck for 7th. Vodka Moaning has climbed to 15th, making some progress. Theoart is climbing fast into 2nd place. Telescope Daime is sneaking into 8th. Waffling Gottes is inching into 9th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 10th place. N-Body Notes is also moving up to 17th. Anonymous Nitty 3 and N-Body Notes are nose to tail for 17th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 8th place. Pippi Langstrom is now in 10th. Uzugox has jumped to 15th. Scott Dixon and Telescope are nose to nose for 8th place. Justin Gokes and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Exclusive Gox is creeping up on Wild Cavanon, closing the gap by a whole 1.2 seconds. Nufra Life is climbing to 12th place. Amy is making her way to 19th place. Meg's Boring Life is advancing to 20th place. Mobius is holding the lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this vintage streetcar race under control. GM Prime is just ahead of Gina Jones, trying to hold that 4th place. Amy and N-Body Notes are nose to tail for the 18th spot. Nox Exodus and Rummy Fizz 13 are locked in a close fight for the 28th position. GN Prime is climbing to 4th place. Alan 656 and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 5th. Exclusivagox is advancing to 16. Alan 656 is climbing to 5th place. Aminsun is now in 20th. Agreets 34 has moved into 23rd. Pippi Langstrom just moved up 1 spot to 10. Gyroscope is chipping away at end body notes, closing in by a second and a half. Dunga Sun 30 is creeping up on the aerofoil, reducing the gap by a little over a second. Dunga Sun 3 and aerofoil are locked in a tight fight for 25th. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Telescope Time has also moved up 1 spot into 7th. Airafael is making a move up to 24th. Wow, Imobias just took the top spot. Looks like someone's been practicing their victory dance. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Imobias on winning the race. You definitely earned that victory. Great driving! And a big shout out to Amundsen for the most overtakes. You can now claim a 1968 Pontiac Bonneville, one of those classic vintage street cars. Nice work! Oh, the Nürburgring Mollenbach track is quite the adventure. Did you know it's often called the Green Hell because of how challenging and unforgiving it is for drivers? It's packed with twists, turns, and elevation changes that can make even the most seasoned racers feel like they're on a roller coaster. So, if you see cars zigzagging like they're trying to escape, now you know why. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your dream car yet, now's the time to make that decision. Don't miss out on the thrill of watching these AI beasts tear up the track in your chosen ride. Ooh, this is a classic battle of the vintage racers. The Sauber C14 and the Jordan 95 both have their charms. The CF14 is known for its solid handling and reliability, but the Jordan 195, with its aerodynamics and power, could have the edge on the Nürburgring. It's like comparing a well-oiled machine to a sleek sports car. I'd say the Jordan 195 might just pull ahead, but don't count out the Sauber. It's got a surprising speed in its corner. This race is definitely a toss-up. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Nürburgring Mullenbach track with Pippi Langstrumpf on pole, racing in a 1995 Williams FW17. Buckle up, this is going to be interesting. Pippi Langstrumpf is leading the race right now. Cover is holding a solid second place. Scott Dixon is in third, trying to keep up. Cover is now in first place. Sovi has climbed to third. Adam Flash is in fifth. Pippi Langstrumpf is dropping like a stone, now in 15th place. Sovi is climbing steadily, now in second. Scott Dixon is also making moves, now in third. Maya has just overtaken someone to move into 7th place. Amy is right behind her, closing the gap. Shoot him up and Amy are nose to tail for 8th place. Looks like a good scrap. Begoldnard is climbing up to 13th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is catching Hingle May Kringleberry, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Adam Flash is climbing up to 3rd place. Amundsen is also moving up one spot to 14. Begoldnard and Amundsen are nose to nose for the 13th spot. The F1 1995 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the track's tight corners at Nürburgring Mullenbach are favoring those with better handling and consistency. The top positions are close, so small mistakes could shake things up. Ingo McCringleberry is driving a Jordan 195, starting way back in the 17th position. Looks like the race isn't exactly his playground today. Adam Flash is making a move up from 6th and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely in the mix. Adam Flash is holding the fastest lap, but is stuck in 6th. Looks like he's trying to make a move, but needs to pick up the pace to catch the leaders. Gina Jones is driving a Jordan 195 and is currently in 7th place. Her fastest lap is 0:37.944, so she's holding a decent pace, but still has some room to catch up. Elisiton 95 is racing a Ferrari 412 T2 and is currently in 5th place. Their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the top spot yet. Pippi Langstrumpf's Williams FW17 is starting from the very front, but is currently in last place. Looks like the car's pace isn't matching the initial speed, and the race might be a tough climb from here. Cover is really having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 10. Zoe just snuck into the lead, climbing 1 spot to 1st. Scott Dixon is on the move, gaining 2 positions to 2nd place. Amundsen is on the move, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Rogerber 302 is not far behind, pushing through 4 cars to land in 11th. Hingle McCringleberry is making a charge, overtaking 3 cars to reach 13. Gina Jones is making a move up to third place. Amin Zan is closing in on Nibble for Life, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Hingham Kringleberry is climbing to 12th place. The F1 1995 cars are pretty evenly matched here. But the track's tight corners and high-speed sections at Nürburgring Molenbeek are testing their limit. Car handling and driver skills seem to be making the difference more than the car class itself. Wow, Sophie really took the checkered flag, huh? Congratulations on the win. Wow, Sophie taking the win. Congratulations on that fantastic victory. You really drove your way to the top today. And Gina Jones, you've earned yourself the fastest lap. That means you get to claim the classic 1995 Jordan 195. Nice work. Looks like some great car claims coming up. Here's a fun fact for you about the 1992 Honda Civic Si. This little beauty was known for its incredible reliability and fuel efficiency, making it a favorite among car enthusiasts who loved a car that could run forever with minimal fuss. Plus, it had a sporty reputation that made it a fun and affordable way to get into the world of racing, or just cruising around town. It's like the dependable friend everyone wishes they had. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make sure you pick your car before time runs out, or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have the classic charm of the 1985 Aston Martin Lagonda. It's definitely got style but not exactly known for its speed or agility. Then there's the 1994 Subaru Alcionis VX, which might be a bit more modern and possibly a tad more sporty. Still, it's an old-school Subaru, so don't expect any record-breaking lap times. Given the cars and the track, I'd say the Subaru might have a slight edge in agility and handling. But hey, if the Aston Martin manages to charm its way through the corners, it could surprise us all. I'll put my money on the Subaru just because quickness tends to matter more in a race, though I wouldn't be shocked if the Lagonda decided to take a leisurely cruise for fun. Alright folks, the race has kicked off at Nola Motorsports Park, and G-Maxia is sitting pretty on pole with that classic 1988 BMW M5 E34. Can this retro beauty hold its lead, or will the newer contenders catch up? Stay tuned. Gemaxite has shot to the front right at the start. Hingle McCringleberry is holding strong in second. Gina Jones is in third, trying to keep up but already a bit behind the leaders. Hingle McCringleberry is now in first place. Gemaxite and Hingle are still nose to nose for the top spot. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to third place. Nox Exodus is slicing through the field to reach the top 14. Gemaxite and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Amy is climbing steadily, now in fourth place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to second place. Big Goldnerd is closing in on Nauvoo for life, cutting the gap by 2:30 seconds. Nox Exodus is moving up to 13th place. Yum Chubby Panda is driving a 1996 Nissan 180SX Type X. They're currently in the 18th position and seem to be holding steady without any major moves so far. No for Life is holding a slight edge over Cheese and Dash Hour, but with 2 laps to go, anything can happen. The Goldnerd is racing a 1984 Renault 5 Turbo and is currently in the 12th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Zoe and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 5th place. The Goldnerd and Move for Life are also locked in a close fight for 11th. Zoe and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 5th place. The Goldnerd and Move for Life are locked in a close fight for 11th. Move for Life and Singoshia neck and neck for 10th place. Just Penchakas is climbing up to 14th. Double is driving a 1985 Toyota Corolla 11, a classic compact car, known for its lightweight and agility. Looks like they are holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves, but staying consistent. Nox Exodus and Big Goldnerd are neck and neck for 12th place. Akanona and Maya are trading paint for 18th. Akanona is racing a 1984 Renault 5 Turbo, known for its lightweight design and turbocharged engine. They're currently in the 18th place, so it looks like a steady but not spectacular run so far. Shoto Todoroki 39 just overtook someone to take 7th place. Shoto Todoroki 39 and Sovi are nose to nose for 6th. Nox Exodus is climbing up to 12th. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 7th place. Cheese and Dash Hour is narrowing the gap to Shoto Todoroki 39 by over a second. Looks like a battle heating up. Shoto Todoroki 39 and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 7th place. Nox Exodus just gained 1 spot and is now in 12th. No for Life and Nox Exodus are fighting hard for 11th. Shoto Totorka 39 just climbed to 7th place. Kizendashauer is catching Scott Dixon fast, closing the gap by a second. Nox Exodus is now in 10th, making moves up the field. Apidope is driving a 1983 Volvo 242 Turbo Takaya. They're currently in the 16th place, just behind the top 10, with a fastest lap of 2 minutes and 11 seconds. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Shoto Todoroki 39 is closing in on Sovi, and the gap is shrinking fast. Amy and Jimaxiate are still neck and neck for 3rd place. Jespanchekes is climbing up to the 13th spot. Gina Jones is really closing in on Jimaxiate. Looks like a tight battle for that position. Amy just moved up 1 spot to 3rd place. Things are heating up behind her. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Congratulations on the win? Wow, congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for dominating the race. Winning 7 days in a row is no small feat, so they should be proud. And hey, claiming that classic 1995 Caterham Super 7 SS is a pretty sweet reward for their efforts. Plus, with those 500 request points, they're definitely sitting pretty now. Great job, Hingle. For this track, I would focus mostly on top speed and stability through the turns. Since it's an oval, maintaining a high steady pace without losing control is key. Acceleration and handling around the banking corners are less critical than keeping a consistent high-speed line. So, I'd say a car with a powerful engine and good grip on the tires would be most valuable here. Wow, this is like a classic muscle car showdown from the golden era. The Mercury Cyclone has a reputation for being a smooth operator, but the Plymouth Roadrunner is infamous for its raw power and street cred. It's like choosing between a polished vintage and a street-smart rebel. Given the track is a New Hampshire oval, I'd lean towards the Roadrunner winning because of its aggressive stance and strong engine options that could handle those turns at speed. But hey, the Mercury could surprise us with some nostalgic charm and clever handling. If I had to place a bet, I'd probably go with the Unknown Tactids and the Plymouth Roadrunner. It just seems like a car built for racing around those curves. But who knows? Maybe Plevis 3 has a few tricks up their sleeve with that Mercury. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at New Hampshire Motor Speedway Oval. Flash is starting on pole, cruising in a classic 1971 Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead with all those modern cars chasing him down. Hingle McCringleberry has shot to the front, taking the lead right out of the gate. Gina Jones is holding strong in second place, trying to keep the pressure on. Sylvie is currently in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Flash is on a tier, climbing 11 spots to take the lead. Sputnik NZ is not far behind, also gaining 11 places to sit in second. Scott Dixon is making a move as well, overtaking 11 cars to claim third. The top three are all on the rise. Aisley and GM Prime are going wheel to wheel for 5th place. New for Life just gained 2 spots and is now 11. No for Life and Unknown Tactiz are nose to tail for 10th. Aisley just overtook someone to take 5th place. GM Non-Prime and Exley are still nose to nose for that spot. New for Life is climbing up to 10th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Aisley is climbing up to 4th place. Balsamic Vint 183 is inching closer to the top 11. Unknown Tactics and Balsamic Vint 183 are nose to nose for 11. Giannan Prime is holding on to 5th place with Amy right behind. Mina My Style at 21 and Sheriff Kitten are still locked in that close fight for 16th. Gina Jones and My Nama Styler 21 are battling for 17th. No room for mistakes. Scott Dixon and Sputnik NZ are nose to tail for 2nd place. GM Prime has just slipped into 5th and Plebis 3 is now 6th. Scott Dixon is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Indy in Sylvania made a right caught. Known the stall, it hit the DSL. Sputnik NZ and Dixon are nose to tail, fighting for that 2nd spot. Amy and Plebis 3 are also locked in a close duel for 6th. Silvergame just blitzed through 3 cars to reach 24th place. Amy nudged up 1 spot to 6th. Plebis 3 and Amy are nose to tail fighting for 6th place. GM and Prime is just ahead of Exley by a hair for 4th place. Plebis 3 and Amy are still neck and neck for 6th. Pippi Langstrom and New for Life are trading positions for 11. GM the Prime is climbing up to 4th place. Plebis 3 is now 5th after gaining 2 spots. Pinkwolf and Amy are nose to tail for 7. Maya is closing in on the pack. Amy and Exley are neck and neck for 6th place. Evolution 9 154 just overtook a car to take 8th. Nar Pink Wolf and Evolution 954 are fighting hard for 8th spot now. Evolution 954 is climbing to 7th place. New for Life is pushing up to 11th. Unknown Tactics is also advancing to 12th. The battle between Unknown Tactics and New for Life for 11th is heating up. Unknown Tactics is climbing up to 11th place. New for Life and Unknown Tactics are still battling for that spot. Helicon Bunny is also moving up to 14th place. Scott Dixon and Adam Flash are nose to tail for the lead. Belzamek 23 and Emmer Pinkwolf are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Scrooge Champ just gained 1 spot and is now 19th. Dingle McCringleberry is on a roll climbing through the field. Scott Dixon is now in the lead, holding the top spot. Sputnik NZ is gaining on Adam Flash, closing the gap steadily. Congratulations to Scott Dixon on the victory. Looks like he's still got the magic touch at New Hampshire. Wow, Scott Dixon, you absolute legend. Huge congratulations on winning that race. I hope you're celebrating in style after such an epic victory. And can you believe it? 7 days in a row of winning races. That's almost as impressive as a perfect streak in your favorite game. Plus, you just racked up 500 request points. You're basically unstoppable right now. Keep it up, and maybe you'll break the record for the most dominant driver in AI racing history. Here's a fun fact for you. The classic Indy cars, back in the day, were actually some of the most powerful racing machines with engines capable of producing over 800 horsepower. That's like giving a car the strength of a small jet. No wonder they could reach such incredible speeds on the track. It was a true test of skill and courage for drivers of that era. Wow, what a classic showdown we've got here. Just Jeanette with the vintage Kuzma Offie versus Merchikin, left behind the wheel of a slightly newer but still pretty historic Maserati 250F. Both of these cars have a lot of racing history. But we're talking about AI drivers here, so it's more about the specs than the personalities. The Kuzma Offie from 1952 is a solid choice, known for its power and raw vintage charm. On the other hand, the Maserati 250F from 1958 is an iconic race car, well-balanced and designed for finesse on the track. I'd lean towards the Maserati being a bit more nimble and responsive, which could give Michigan Live an edge on the twists and turns of Algarve. But you never know with AI, sometimes it surprises us. So, if I had to pick, I'd put my chips on Michigan Live and the Maserati for a possible win. But don't count out just Hanetev and that vintage Kuzma Offie making a surprising comeback. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Algarve with New for Life on pole. He's behind the wheel of a classic 1958 Maserati 250F. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the modern speedsters. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, Kessflex right behind in second. and Evolution 154 rounding out the top 3. Looks like a tight battle already. Teflex has taken the lead, claiming first place. Pondon is closing in, now in third. Justanet is climbing fast, now in 10th. Looks like Justania and Aerotech are neck and neck for 9th. Just Shanet is now in 8th place. Aerotic and Justanita are still neck and neck for 9th. Merchican Live has climbed to 14th. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Scott Dixon is climbing steadily, now in 4th place. Rusnapalm 6 and Hinkle May Kringleberry are nose to tail, fighting for 6th. Husky Hogue is on a tear, climbing through the field like a rocket. Navling is right behind, also making a move. Teflex and Navling are now nose to nose for 2nd place. Things are heating up at the front. Teflex is leading the race now. Evolution 954 is closing in on the top 4. Justanet is making a strong push into the top 10. Matrixco is climbing up to 5th place. Evolution, N54, and Matrixco are battling hard for that spot. Sovi has moved up to 16th place. Sovi and Kyosify are fighting for 15th. Kyosify just sneaked into 14th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on 16th place, climbing 2 spots. Looks like Maya and Pippi Langstrumpf are neck and neck for that 16th spot. Who will blink first? Pondon just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Nuvalife and Pondon are nose to nose for 2nd. Kyosify is climbing up to 13th. Evolution 954 and Matrixco neck and neck for 5th place. Sovi just gained 1 spot and is now in 18th. Tatnasty and Sovi are locked in a close fight for 18th. Evolution 954 is driving in 1963 Agachanian, Watson. Atat. They're currently in 3rd place, so they're doing a decent job holding their position but not quite leading the pack. Scott Dixon is driving a 1957 Curtiss Craft 500B. He's currently in 4th place and seems to be holding steady, but no real drama yet. Scott Dixon is driving a 1957 Curtiss Craft 500B. He's currently in 4th place and seems to be holding steady, but no signs of overtaking anyone just yet. Pondon is holding a solid 3rd and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely in the mix. Keep an eye on him for late push. Hingle, McCringleberry and Evolution 954 are neck and neck for 6th place. Gina Jones is closing in on. Amy has cut the gap by 1.2 seconds. Gina Jones and Amy are now fighting for 11th place. Evolution 954. And Matrixco are nose to tail for 5th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 11th. Gina Jones and Justinette D are locked in a close fight for 10th. Scott Dixon is now in 3rd place, closing in on Evolution 954, who is just behind. Evolution 954 has gained 2 spots and is holding on to 4th. The battle for 3rd is heating up with both racers neck and neck. Kyosify just climbed 1 spot to 12. Hippie Lamstrump is also moving up 1 to 15. Knavling is chipping away at Taknasty, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Knavling is driving a 1960 Scarab Indy, which is known for its unique design and racing history. Their race looks like a non-starter or a glitch, as their fastest lap time is listed as 99.99.9, and they are currently in last place. Matrixco is climbing to 5th place. Merchican Live is making progress to reach the 15th spot. Knavling is narrowing the gap to Taknasty by 1.7 seconds, so expect some action soon. Aerotech is holding off Resnapalm 6 by a car length. Adant 44 and Gina Jones are wheel to wheel for the 13th spot. Adant 44 is climbing up to 13th place. Taknasty is also moving up to 18th place, both making some progress. The Algarve track is tight and technical, making overtakes tricky. It's favoring those with consistent lap times and good handling. Justinette is climbing to 8th place. Amy is now in 9th. Kyosify is knocking on the door of 10th. Aerotech is on a roll, climbing from behind to 3rd place. Sovi is making moves now in 14th. Amy and Kyosify are nose to nose for 10th. Looks like a close one. Adant 44 is on a roll, overtaking 15 cars to grab 2nd place. K-Steflex and Adant 44 are nose to tail fighting for that 2nd spot. Maya is climbing up the field, just 1 position away from the top 16. Rusnapalm 6 just overtook another car, now in the lead. K-Steflex is closing in, trying to catch up. The battle for 1st is heating up with both racers pushing hard. Wow! K-Steflex took the win? Guess they really flexed their skills out there. Well deserved. Wow, Kista Flex really did it. Big congratulations on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. And a shout out to Pippi Langstrom for doing the most overtakes. Definitely showing some dominance out there. They get to claim the classic 1952 Kuzma Offie, a real vintage beast. Nice work, both of you. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility since Dustbite Speedway looks like it has some tight corners and unpredictable dirt sections. Speed alone won't cut it if the car can't stay glued to the track during those sharp turns. Acceleration is also key because getting up to speed quickly helps when you're trying to recover from a slip or a rough patch. Overall, a well-balanced mix of responsiveness and grip would give any car the best shot at winning here. Alright, this is quite the classic showdown. Both cars are from 1971. So we're looking at some vintage muscle action. The Plymouth Roadrunner is known for its raw power and straightforward muscle car vibe. Meanwhile, the Mercury Cyclone has a sleek design and decent performance as well. I'd say it's a close call, but considering Dustbite Speedway's twists and turns, the Roadrunner's aggressive power might give it an edge. Although, I wouldn't count out King Rhett and his Mercury. Sometimes a smooth, sleek ride can navigate tricky tracks better. But if I had to make a guess, I'd put my money on Hingle McCringleberry and his Plymouth leading the pack. Let's see if that prediction holds up. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Dustbite Speedway and leading the pack is Amundsen in a classic 1971 Mercury Cyclone. Looks like he's got the early advantage, but with these cars, anything can happen. Stay tuned! Amundsen has shot off the line to take the lead, followed closely by Lee Roussel in second place. Bobote is holding on to third, but expect some early action to shake things up. Le Roussel and Amundsen are nose to tail for the lead. Scott Dixon has gained one spot and is now in 8th place. Jian Prime also moved up one spot and is now in 9th. Dixon and Jian Prime are now battling for 8th place. SS Davin Games is charging through the field, now in 21st after overtaking 4 cars. Le Roussel is holding strong at the front, moving up one spot to take the lead. G. Jones and Bobote are locked in a close fight for 3rd place. No room for error there. Wolf's Light is on a roll, climbing up to 25th place. Nulavi is dropping back to 29th. Zadimoji James is also losing ground, now in 30th. Ashinerton is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 2nd place. Amundsen is dropping like a stone, now in 21st. Gina Jones is inching up 1 position to 3rd, and she's now locked in a close fight with Ashinerton for 2nd. Gina Jones and the Shanritin are nose-to-nose for second place. GM Prime just sneaked into 7th. And Uncibil is climbing fast, now 8th. Scott Dixon is dropping back to the 17th place. Gina Jones and Lee Russell are nose-to-nose, fighting for second. Bubute and Gina Jones are also battling hard for third. Bubute is on fire, just swept past 3 cars to grab the lead. GM Prime is also making moves, overtaking 4 to climb into 3rd. Scott Dixon is climbing steadily, passing 3 cars to sit in 16th. GM Prime and Gina Jones are neck and neck for second place. Reiko Haruji and GM Prime are fighting hard for third. And Maya and No for Life are locked in a close duel for 8th. Reiko Haruji is climbing to 3rd place. Unstabil is inching closer to 5th. Naibe is also moving up, now 6th. Naibe and Unstabil are nose-to-nose for 5th. Gina Jones and Bubute are nose-to-tail for the lead. Naibe just gained 1 spot and is now in 5th. Unstable and Naibe are also locked in a close fight for 5th place. Reiko Haruji and Gina Jones are nose-to-tail for 2nd place. Unstabil just gained 1 spot, now in 5th. Naiben and Unstabil are also battling fiercely for 5th. Reiko Haru, Jean and Gina Jones are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Maya and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Bunnies of Doom is creeping up on Sobi, chopping the gap by a full second. Reiko Haruji and Gina Jones are neck and neck for 2nd place. Maya and Pippi Langstrom are fighting hard for 7th. D Factor and Juno Godkalides are locked in a close duel for 16th. Reiko Haruji just overtook someone to take 2nd place. GM and Prime is also climbing up to 3rd. Naibe and Unstabil are nose-to-nose for 5th. Gina Jones is climbing fast into 2nd place. Pippi Langstrom and Move for Life are nose-to-nose for 8th. De Facto and Juno Gottlieb are locked in a close fight for 16. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 8th place. She's got Move for Life right behind her in that same tight fight for 8th. King Rut and Amundsen are nose-to-nose for 18th place. Gina Jones and Bubute are neck and neck for 1st place. Unstabil and GM Prime are locked in a close fight for 4th. New for Life and Pippi Langstrom are battling it out for 8th. Gina Jones and Bubute are nose-to-nose for the lead. Unstabil and GM Prime are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. I just climbed 1 spot to 6th. So watch out for me sneaking into the top 5 soon. Reiko Haruji and Gina Jones are nose-to-tail for 2nd place. Bunnies of Doom just gained a spot to 10th. Bunnies of Doom and Root for Life are locked in a close fight for 9th. Rikuharu G is holding on to second place, but Gina Jones is right on her tail. Pippi Langstrumpf and Naibi are swapping positions frequently for 7th. Bunnies of Doom and New for Life are neck and neck for 9th. Wow. Bubute really sped to victory. Guess they left everyone in the dust. Well done. Wow, Bubute really pulled it off. Congratulations. Looks like they've got the skills to pay the bills in this AI race. Well-deserved win. The 1996 Toyota Sard MC8R is quite a rare gem from the racing world, built specifically for endurance racing. Fun fact is that it was basically a racing prototype with a massive V8 engine that roared like a true beast, making it stand out with its wild design and engineering. It was so exclusive that only a handful of these cars were ever made, and they are now considered collector's items that combine racing history with a touch of automotive art. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The countdown's almost finished, and I wouldn't want anyone missing out on the fun. Get your choices in before it's too late. Ooh, we've got a classic versus a legend right here. Starbucks' Honda SX GT2 LN is a sleek machine, definitely a good choice for speed and agility. On the other hand, my Nissan Skyline R33 LN is a beast that's known for its power and handling, especially around tight corners like Norrisring. Honestly, I think the Skyline might have just the edge because of its legendary status and the way it handles curves. But the Honda is no slouch either. It's going to be a close call, but I'd give the edge to the Skyline for a slight overall advantage. But hey, it's AI, so anything could happen. Ready to see who's got the better tech? Alright everyone, the race is on at Norrisring, and starting strong on pole is Pippi Langstrumpf in a classic 1989 Ferrari F40 competition. Looks like she's ready to leave everyone in the dust with that vintage speed. Stay tuned! Pippi Langstrumpf is taking an early lead. Pingle McCringleberry is holding strong in second, and Starbucks is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Ingo McCringleberry is now in first place. Maya has moved up to third. Giobu Numericals is in fourth. The race is heating up. Sovi and New for Life are neck and neck for 7th place. The Futz 84 and Scott Dixon are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Gina Jones and Zugstakat are battling it out for 12. Silver Gaming is making a move, climbing up 3 spots to 11. Gino Miracles and Naya are nose to tail for 3rd place. Cloud Surfer 69 and Starbakes are locked in a close fight for 5th. Gino Miracles is now in 2nd place, climbing 2 spots. Cloud Surfer 69 advances 1 position to 5th. Scott Dixon moves up 1 spot to 7th. Starbakes is really closing the gap on Cloud Surfer 69, just 1 second behind now. They're battling hard for 5th place. Amy has just gained 1 position and is now in 11th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 6th place. New for Life is sneaking into 7th. Sovi is inching into 8th. Looks like everyone's playing musical chairs. New for Life is holding on to 6th place, but Scott Dixon is trying to squeeze past. Silverbanning and Amy are nose to tail for 11th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Maya and Pippi Langstrom are nose to tail for 3rd place. The Fonts 84 just gained 1 spot and is now 9. Silver Gaming also moved up 1 spot, sitting in 11th. Silver Gaming advances to 10th place. Amy and Starbakes are locked in a close fight for 11th. Zugstakat climbs to 13th. Zugstakat and Amy are neck and neck for 12th. Zugstakat and Starbakes are neck and neck for 12th place. Amy just climbed 1 spot to 11th. Zugstakat advances to 12th place. Gina Jones also moves up 1 spot to 13. Starbakes and Gina are nose to nose for 13. Gina Jones is racing a 1995 McLaren F1 GTR. She's currently in the 13th place, struggling a bit with her lap times, but still hanging in there. New Real Life is now in 6th place, closing the gap with Scott Dixon, who is just ahead. They're neck and neck. This could get interesting. Maya and Pippi Langstrom are neck and neck for 3rd place. Sovi is slicing through the field, now just 1 second behind Scott Dixon. Maya is now in 3rd place, closing the gap to the leaders. New for Life is really putting the pressure on Cloud Surf 69, closing in fast. The Thoughts 84 has climbed to 8th, making a move through the pack. Cloud Surfer 69 is gaining on Pippi Langstrom and has cut the gap by 1.2 seconds. Sovi and the Thoughts 84 are nose to nose for 8th place. Maya is currently in third place with a Nissan Skyline GTR 33LM. She's been fastest on the track with a 54.108 lap. Looks like she's holding her own and staying competitive. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Well done. Wow, what a race! Huge congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for taking the win. Clearly the driver to beat today. And for everyone else, don't worry, there are some sweet rides up for grabs. Maya, you snagged the fastest lap so you can claim the legendary 1995 Nissan Skyline GTR R33LM. That car is a true icon. Scott Dixon, you led the overtakes today, so you get to claim the 1999 Chevrolet Corvette ZR1. That car's got some serious attitude. Great effort from everyone, and I can't wait to see who claims what next time. Alright folks, time's almost up to pick your champion. Make those decisions quick, or you'll miss out on all the high-speed fun. Don't say I didn't warn you when your favorite car races off without you. Well, both of these cars are pretty vintage, so it's a toss-up. The Lotus 77 is known for its innovative design and agility, which might give Gina some edge in tight corners. On the other hand, the Ensign N176 is a bit of an underdog, but it's known for being reliable and straightforward, which can be a big plus on a tricky track like Central. If I had to choose, I'd say Gina's Lotus might have a slight advantage because of its lighter weight and more advanced aerodynamics for that era. But don't count Sophie out just yet. Sometimes a steady hand and a solid car can pull off surprises. It's going to be fun to see which vintage beauty crosses the finish line first. Alright folks, the race is underway here at Central International Circuit. Stephen Brinkley is starting strong on pole, piloting a classic 1976 Surtees S19. Let's see if that vintage magic can hold off the modern chaos. Stephen Brinkley has shot to the front, holding the lead. Grampy Europe is right behind in second, and Relaxed View is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Big Goldnerd is climbing to third place. Darigaz is making a move to fifth. Ragu is sneaking into eighth. Looks like everyone's playing the upgrade game. Darigaz is climbing up to fourth place. Pippi Langstrup is also moving up to sixth. Bobardo and Pippi are nose to nose for sixth place. The Fuzz 84 is making a move up to 14th place. Hingle McCringleberry is also climbing, now in 15. Ragu just gained 1 spot, now in 7. Amy is now in 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya has moved into 17 after passing 4. Morning Starsel has climbed to 10 after gaining 1 spot. The battle for 9th place between Morning Starsel and Mr. Wolf J is heating up. Indigo Pay is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 16. Violetta Mama is inching closer to the top 10, just 1 behind Morning Starsel. Looks like a tight race for 10th place. Maya is now in 17th place, climbing up 1 spot. Autumn Thunderbird has also moved up 1 spot into 18. Amy is now in 16th place, inching closer to the front. Gina Jones is just ahead of Sylvie, so she's got the edge for now. Sylvie needs to find a way past quickly if she wants to turn the tables. The Futz 84 and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 13th place. Indigo Pate is chopping down the gap to Gina Jones by a full second. The Futz 84 is climbing to 13th place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Scott Dixon, the gap shrinking by a second. Violetta Mama is climbing up to 8th place. Amy is getting closer to Hingle McCringleberry, the gap shrinking nicely. Morning Starsel just overtook someone to take the 9th place. Violetta Mama and Morning Starsel are nose to nose for that 9th spot. Meanwhile, Mr. Wolf J and Morning Starsel are neck and neck for 10th. Relax Hugh is closing in on Daragaz, and the gap is shrinking fast. They are nose to tail for 4th place. Ragu and Pippi Langstrom are also battling hard for 6th. This race is heating up. Violetta Mama and Bobardo are neck and neck for 8th place. Maya is closing in on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by a full second and a half. Gina Jones is making moves, climbing up 1 spot to 19. Begoldnet and Grampy Jurf are nose to nose for 2nd place. Fragu and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Violetta Mama just gained a spot, and is now 8th. Ragu is climbing up to 6th place. Bobardo and Violetta Mama are nose to nose for 8th. Hingo McCringleberry and Thefas 84 are locked in a close fight for 13th. Violetta Mama is gaining on Pippi Langstrom, closing the gap by 3.5 seconds. Morning Starsel has moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Bobardo and Morning Starsel are locked in a close fight for 9th position. Violetta Mama is gaining on Pippi Langstrom, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Mr. Wolf J has climbed 1 spot to 10th place. Maya is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, narrowing the distance by 2.9 seconds. Congratulations to Stephen Brinkley for winning the race at Central International Circuit. Looks like all that practice paid off. Wow! Stephen Brinkley took the checkered flag. Congratulations. You really showed those AI cars who's boss. Now for those claiming cars, Gina Jones, congratulations on winning the bet race. You get to take home a classic 1976 Lotus 77. And Amy, with the most daring overtakes, you get the legendary 1976 Ligia S5. Great job to both of you. Alright folks, the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to get your choice in before they zoom off without you. Don't miss out on the excitement. Let's see which one will dominate the race. Alright, so we've got New for Life in a 2015 Orica 05 and Tyler Drums 31 in a 2014 On-Rope Ligier JSP2 Judud. Both are solid choices, but the Orica is known for its balance and reliability, especially in a short track like Aviano. The Ligia Judd, while powerful, might be a tad more aggressive but could also be a little trickier to handle. If I had to bet, I'd lean towards New for Life taking the win with that Orica. It tends to be a bit more consistent around tight corners and quick turns, which are plenty at Aviano Short. But hey, in AI racing anything can happen, so I'd keep my eyes peeled for those overtakes. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Aviano Short Track, and Hingle McCringleberry is on pole with a 2017 Mazda RT24. Let's see if he can hold that lead, or if the AI has other plans. Hingle McCringleberry has taken an early lead, followed closely by New for Life in second place. Tyler Drums 31 is currently in third, trying to keep up. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to fourth place. Gina Jones and Pippi are nose to nose for that same spot. Amy is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 10th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place. Cap'n Trippy is also advancing to 5th. Scott Dixon and Rome Spider are locked in a close fight for 7th. Maya is closing in on the pack, inching up the order. Lemon Cult Games just gained a spot, now fighting for 12th with Dude Smoky a Blunt. Amy and Maya still locked in that tight scrap for 10th. Gina Jones just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Maya and Tales of Stirley are still neck and neck for 9th. Lemon Cult Games is climbing up to 12th. Captain Trippy is in 6th place, driving a 2014 on-rope Ligier JSP2 Juddy Dye. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Tales of Strilly and Amy are neck and neck for 10th place. Looks like a close fight for that spot. Tales of Strilly is in 10th place with a 2014 on-rope Ligier JSP2 Judd Dactyl. Looks like a steady race. No major moves yet. Gina Jones is driving a Mazda RT24P and is currently in 3rd place. She's fastest on the track with a 13.698 lap, so she's clearly pushing hard and making moves. The track's tight corners are favoring the Mazda drivers with quick lap times, but the longer straights are giving the Oreca cars a chance to catch up. Lemon Cult Games is driving a 2017 Oreca 07 Acura and is currently in the 15th place. Their fastest lap is a 16.154, so they're not exactly setting the world on fire but staying competitive. Captain Trippy is leading the pack in the 6th place with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 3 seconds and 295 thousandths. Looks like they're pushing hard and making the most of their car. Tales of Strilly is in 10th place with a 2014 on-rope Ligier JS P2 Judda. Their lap time is a bit slower than the leaders, so they might be struggling to keep up. Marty Freeze is driving a 2012 Morgan LMP22. Looks like he's struggling a bit, currently in the last spot, and a full second behind the car ahead. Sobi is driving a 2012 Morgan L-Man P2. Their race looks like a struggle with the slowest lap time among the top 15, and they're currently in 14th place. Sylvie is driving a 2012 Morgan L-Man P2, which is quite the vintage choice. Looks like their race is not going as smoothly as they'd like, sitting in the middle of the pack with a lap time over a second slower than the leaders. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 2017 Mazda RT24P. Their race seems a bit off pace with the slowest lap so far, over a second behind the leader. Scott Dixon is climbing to 7th place. Tales of Strilly is now 9th. Amy has moved into 10th. Looks like everyone's eager to make a move today. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the top spot. Clearly they're the fastest thing on 2 legs today. Well done, Nilda. Wow, what a race! Huge congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for taking the win. That was some impressive driving. Or maybe just some really smart AI tactics. Either way, congrats on the victory. And a shout out to New Foilai. You won the bet race, which means you get to claim the 2015 Orica 05 LMP2. Looks like all those nerves paid off. Make sure to enjoy that sleek racer. Did you know the 1955 Maserati 300s was known for its incredible speed and agility, making it a fierce competitor on the racing circuit? It was built with a lightweight chassis and a powerful straight-six engine, which gave it a serious edge over many rivals of its time. Basically, this car was like the rock star of the 1950s racing world. Fast, flashy, and a little bit untouchable. Alright, this is a classic battle of vintage elegance versus raw Italian flair. Scott Dixon's driving that iconic Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR, which is known for its sleek design and an impressive speed in its day. Papa Ketzi's Maserati 300S is no slouch either, bringing a lot of style and a reputation for agility. Considering the course is Sitges Terramar reverse, the twists and turns might favor the Maserati a bit, if Papa KC can handle the corners with precision. But the Mercedes has that legendary straight-line speed and stability that might give Scott a slight edge on the straights. Honestly, it could come down to who handles the corners better, because the straight parts might favor the Mercedes. I'd lean towards the Mercedes-Benz just because of its reputation for speed and smooth handling. But don't count out the Maserati, especially if Papa KC knows how to exploit the track's turns. So my money's on Scott Dixon and his Mercedes, but it's going to be a close one. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Sitges Terramar reverse track. Architect is on pole in a classic 1956 Maserati 450S, so we're in for some vintage racing action. Let's see if that old school charm can keep up with the newer rivals. Architect has taken the lead right out of the gate. I am in second place, just ahead of Amy, who is currently in third. The race is heating up already. Maya just overtook to take the lead. Hingle, McCringleberry, and the Fots 84 are still nose to nose for fifth. Papa KC has gained a spot to 8th. Papa KC and Scott Dixon are battling hard for 7th place. Spear like hail's on fire, taking the lead by overtaking 3 cars. The Fots 84 is not far behind, also climbing up 3 spots to 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move, grabbing 3rd after overtaking 3 cars. Things are heating up at the front. Gina Jones is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 7th place. Amy is also climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to settle into 14th. Scott Dixon is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 2nd place. The Ford's 84 is now in 2nd place, moving up 1 spot. Scott Dixon and the Ford's 84 are nose-to-tail fighting for 2nd. Papa Katsi has also gained 1 position and is now in 4th. The Ford's 84 is holding a strong 2nd place and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing for the win. Husky Hog is making a move, climbing up to 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. The Ford 84 is closing in on Spear Like Hail, chipping away at the gap by 1.6 seconds. Gina Jones is gaining on Sovi, narrowing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Gina Jones just nudged into 5th place. Sovi and Gina are nose-to-tail for that spot. Wanga Tang 7200 and 72 and Tyler are locked in a close fight for 7th. The Ford's 84 and Spear Like Hill are nose-to-tail fighting for the lead. Gina Jones just snuck into 4th place, leaving someone behind. Wanga Tang Savin 272 is climbing 2 spots, now in 6th, looking to make a move. Papa Kaisi is now in 11th place after dropping 6 spots. Husky Hog is gaining fast on Hingle Me Kringleberry, closing the gap by 7.4 seconds. Scott Dixon is inching closer to the Ford's 84, cutting the distance by 2.5 seconds. Scott Dixon has climbed to 2nd place, inching closer to the leader. Gina Jones is narrowing the gap on the Fuzzy 84 by 3.5 seconds, so expect some action soon. Wanga Tang 7272 has moved up to 5th, making a nice little charge. The Fuzz 84 is making a move, and is now in 2nd place. Gina Jones is closing the gap on Scott Dixon, trimming it down by nearly 2 seconds. Nanggu for Life is climbing up to 7th, inching closer to the top. Gina Jones is inching closer to Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Abeta Bloke and Sovi are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place. Meanwhile, Exeter and Abeta Bloke are battling it out for 9th. The Futz 84 is closing in on Spear Like Hail, cutting the gap by 1.30 seconds. They are in a fierce fight for the lead. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are also locked in a close battle for 3rd place. Well, look at that. The Futz 84 just took the top spot. Guess all those laps paid off. Congrats on the win. Wow! Congratulations to the Futz 84. They really showed everyone how it's done today. Excellent driving! And a big shout out to Scott Dixon for winning the bet race. You can now claim that stunning 1955 Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR. What a classic! Gina Jones, you crushed it with the most overtakes. You get to claim the gorgeous 1956 Jaguar D-Type Bot-I. Nice work! This is turning into quite the collection of vintage beauties. Who will be next to claim their prize? Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so get those selections in before the race begins. Don't want to miss out on your favorite ride. Hey Turbo Benzina, great to see you back in the channel. Hope you're ready to watch these AI cars battle it out. Sit back, relax and enjoy the chaos on the track. Wow, this is quite the throwback showdown. On one hand, we've got Maya in a legendary Shelby Cobra 427C. That car is a beast, known for its incredible speed and agility, especially in a race like this. On the other hand, Emerald Take 30988 is cruising in a 1970 Chevrolet Camaro, which is no slouch either, but definitely has a different vibe. More raw muscle than a nimble sports car. Considering the track at Lago Maggiore Waste and the characteristics of each car, my money's on Maya's Shelby Cobra. It's lighter, more aerodynamic, and just screams racing edge. But hey, never count out a muscle car when it gets its moment to shine. Who do you think will take the checkered flag? Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Autodromo Lago Maggiore West. Amy is starting in the first position, driving a classic 1966 Shelby Cobra 427. C looks like a real vintage beast ready to roar. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Rosa Goldgaming in second and Ice in third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Taknisty is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 20. Hippie Langstrom is gaining ground, moving up 1 position to 6th. Sylvie and Pippi are nose to tail, fighting for 6th place. Imbus Platinum is on the move, climbing through the pack now in 21st place. Defizits is making a solid push up to 25th. Blaming Buddha is also advancing, now in 27th. Bleach Mepsi is climbing up 1 spot to 12th place. Bleach Meps and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 11th. Evolution 954 and the Gold Nerd are locked in a close fight for 17th. Maya is now in 12th place, climbing one spot. Evolution 954 has moved up to 17. The Uncleja Show is now in 18th position, also up one spot. Downtoquest is driving a 1967 Simca Rally 2. They are currently in the 27th place, just behind the other Simca Rally 2 driver. Looks like a tight race for those rally cars. Zoe just overtook someone to climb into 5th place. Scott Dixon in 9th. Maya are nose to tail for 11th. Willow Shrub is chipping away at Bobardo, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 10th. New for Life is holding a slight lead over Ice for 3rd place. Agreit's 34 is just ahead of Sovi for 5th. Turbo Benzina and Pippi Langstrom are still neck and neck for 8th. Scott Dixon is now in 10th place. Maya has climbed to 11th. Bleach Mepsi is in 12th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Evolution 54 is closing in on Gina Jones, just 7.9 seconds behind now. Nouveau F and Ice are battling fiercely for 3rd place. Emerald Tick 398 is climbing up the ranks, moving into 14th place. Willow Shrub is now in the 19th place, climbing up one spot. Begoldnet and Willow Shrub are nose to tail, fighting for that 19th spot. Bleach Mepsi just overtook someone to climb to 11th place. Maya and Bleach Mepsi are nose to nose for 11th. Bobardo is chopping down Begoldnet's lead by over a 2nd. Rosego Gaming is holding onto the lead with a small gap over Amy the Tot. Emerald Tick 398 is now in the 12th place, closing in on Bleach Mepsi Uptime. Bleach Mepsi and Emerald Tick 398 are battling closely for 11th. Gina Jones is closing in fast on Maya, now just 7 seconds behind. Willow Shrub is gaining on Ruki Miriki, closing the gap by over a 2nd. HP Lootcraft has climbed one spot to 23rd. Platinum Mera advances to 12th place. HP Lootcraft climbs to 22. HP Lootcraft and Bobardo are nose to nose for 21st. Scott Dixon is closing in on Turbo Benzina, cutting the gap by over a 2.5 seconds. They're battling hard for 9th place. Defix has gained a spot and is now in 23rd. He's in a tight fight with HP Lootcraft for 22nd. Rosego Gaming and Amy are neck and neck for 1st place. Hingle the Kringleberry is gaining on Agreit's 34, closing the gap by 3.3 seconds. Turbo Benzina and Pippi Langstrom are battling hard for 8th place. Bleach Mepsi and Platinum Mera are locked in a tight fight for 12th place. Gaon Clay Show is closing in on Evolution 954. Chipping away at the gap by 3.2 seconds. HP Lootcraft is climbing up one spot to take 21st. Zovi just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Nu for Life and Sovi are now nose-to-nose for that position. Agrit's 34 is closing the gap fast, now just 2.3 seconds behind Nu for Life. Wow, Amy, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win! Hey there, deplorably Apple. Welcome back to the chaos. Glad you could join us again for some high-speed AI madness. Sit tight and enjoy the show. Wow, Amy took the checkered flag. Well done, Amy. That was an impressive display of AI racing skills. As for Scott Dixon, congratulations on snagging the fastest lap. You now have the chance to claim a 1968 Dodge Dart from Group 4. Seems like some exciting rewards are in the mix today. Alright folks, the 29 Peugeot 908 HDI FAP is like the squirrel of the racing world. It looks cute but is incredibly fierce on the track. This beauty actually won the 24 Hours of Le Mans, marking Peugeot's first victory at that legendary race in over 70 years. It's powered by a diesel hybrid V8 engine, which was pretty groundbreaking at the time. So basically, it's the car that proved you can be both fuel efficient and a race winner. Kind of like the overachiever in your class who's also the life of the party. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Make your last-minute picks before the race begins. Don't miss your chance to see which car will dominate the track today. Hurry up and choose wisely, or you might end up rooting for the underdog. Alright, so we've got Dank Nuggins in a 2011, Lola B 1180 HPD and me in a 2003 Panos LMP01 Roadster. Both are pretty serious machines, but definitely from different eras, and with different strengths. The Lola is a bit newer and likely a tad more refined for endurance racing, but the Panos has that vintage race car charm and raw power that can surprise you. Given the cars and the track, I'd say it could be anyone's game. If Dank Nuggins can leverage the Lola's handling and modern tech, he might have the edge. But if I can keep my pace and avoid rookie mistakes, my Panos's power and classic design could give me a surprising advantage. Overall, I think it's a close call, but I might just give a slight nod to Ding Nuggins Lola for the win. Just because it's a bit newer and probably more nimble on Magni course. But honestly, this race could go any way. Get your popcorn ready. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Magni course. Deplorable Apple is starting on pole in a classic 2011 Peugeot 9. So let's see if the old-timer can hold on to that first spot. Whip 3 out 25 has taken an early lead. Deplorably Apple is right behind in second, and Dank Nuggins is holding on to third. Looks like a close battle already. Deplorably Apple and Whip 3 out 25 are neck and neck at the front. Sovi and Maya are trading paint for fourth place. Ingulna Kringleberry and Sovi are also close for fifth. Looks like a game of bumper cars. Ingulna Kringleberry has just overtaken someone to move into fifth place. Sovi and Hingle are still nose-to-nose for that fifth spot. Hippie Langstrup and Sovi are also battling closely for sixth. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to fourth place. Hippie Langstrup is making a two-spot jump to fifth. Famaka is sneaking into seventh after moving up one spot. Maya is now in 15th place and seems to be having a rough patch. Ateliatorias is climbing well now in 8th place. Ateliatorias and Famaka are nose-to-nose fighting for 7th. Scott Dixon has climbed to 8th place. Turbo Benzina is now in 11th. Mafia Mavi has moved into 12th. Sovi is driving a 2001 Cadillac Northstar Elm P. Looks like they're holding a solid 5th place, staying steady in the top half. Not much drama so far, but they might want to watch those rear view mirrors. Ingo McCringleberry and Dank Nuggins are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Sovi and Pippi Langstrup are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Mafia Mavi and Turbo Benzina are battling it out for 11th. Pippi Langstrup is climbing to 4th place. Zovi is now in 5th. Scott Dixon is gaining on Famaka, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Famaka is driving an Audi R8R from 1999. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Looks like a solid race so far. Autoleatorius is really having a rough time dropping to 15. Amy is climbing steadily to 9th. Turbo Benzina is also making moves up to 10th. Autoleatorius is making a strong push, now in 9th place after overtaking 6 cars. Mafia Mavi is also climbing fast, now in 10th after passing 4. Deplorable and Whip 3 out 25 are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Turbo Benzina is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 9th place. Deplorable is inching closer to the front, now in 1st. Amy is making a move, grabbing 10th place. Whip3Out25 is driving a 1999 Toyota T1TS 020. They're holding second place and have a pretty quick lap time, just a few hundredths behind the leader. Looks like they're pushing hard. Sovi is driving a 2001 Cadillac Northstar LMP. They're holding a solid 5th place, but their fastest lap is just over 140.1. Looks like they're staying consistent but not pushing for the lead. Wow. Deplorably, Apple really outpaced everyone at Magni Course. Guess they're the new king of the track. Well done. Wow. Deplorably, Apple just took the victory and the fastest lap. What a dominant performance. Congrats. You absolutely crushed it out there. And a big shout out to Turbo Benzina too, for making the most overtakes. That takes some serious guts and skill. You both are now in the running to claim the sleek 2011 Peugeot 908. Who's going to come out on top? The excitement is real. Here's a fun fact for you. Did you know that Indy cars are built to be incredibly versatile? They can reach speeds of over 240 miles per hour and still handle tight corners like they're on rails. It's like giving a rocket a super fancy chassis and a steering wheel and saying, "Good luck, race buddy." Welcome back to the stream, Rizaldi Adha and Forsengo. Glad to see you guys return just in time for some exciting AI car races. Make sure to grab some popcorn because these races are about to get competitive. Alright everyone, listen up! If you want to boost those chances of winning these races, picking the right car is your secret weapon. Remember, these cars behave just like their real-life counterparts, so choose wisely. Who knows? Maybe your favorite speedster will dominate because you picked just the right one. So, keep an eye on their handling, acceleration, and top speed. Those little details can make all the difference. Let's see which car will come out on top today. Welcome back to the stream, Everlasting Apex. Glad to see you return to the chaos of AI cars racing. Sit back and enjoy the show. Hey everyone! If you're loving the stream and want to support without spending a dime, the easiest way is to tell your friends or share the stream link. Spreading the word helps more people find out about these racing AI cars and keeps the fun going. So, go ahead, share the excitement. Alright everyone, get your favorite cars in before the timer runs out. We don't want any of these beauties to be left out of the race. Hurry up, or you might miss the chance to see your pick in action. Hey Mark Marlowe, great to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready to witness some epic AI car races. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Well, both cars are quite similar since they're from the same year and brand. The Chevrolet is often known for its raw power and straight-line speed, so I'd lean toward Relaxed View's car having a slight edge there. Asheron 192's Honda is usually more balanced with better handling, which can make a big difference on a track like Yas Marina South, with its mix of straights and turns. So, if it comes down to outright speed, I'd give Relaxed View a tiny advantage. But if the race favors smooth cornering and strategic driving, Archer 92 might just surprise us. Either way, it's a close call, and I'm excited to see which AI driver steps up today. Thanks to Amy for suggesting this race. The action's heating up at Yas Marina South. Leading the pack off the line is Pippi Langstrumpf in the pole position, driving a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Buckle up, everyone. It's about to get exciting. Pippi Langstrumpf is leading the race, New for Life is in second, and I'm holding on to third for now. Let's see if I can make a move. Mark Marlowe and Maya are nose to tail for third place. Amy is climbing up to 11. Amy and Archer 192 are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Mark Marlowe is climbing to third place. Scott Dixon and Lock John 7 are nose to tail for 5th. Scott Dixon just nudged into 5th place, inching closer to Lock John 7. They're neck and neck. No room for error. Amy is currently in 11th place, hanging just outside the top 10. Her Honda IndyCar is holding steady, but she hasn't made any moves yet. Looks like she's playing it safe for now. Archer Rona 92 is in 9th place, driving a Honda IndyCar. Their race looks steady so far, but they might need a boost to climb higher. Rizaldia Ada is in a Chevrolet IndyCar, starting from the 19th position. Looks like they're hanging around the back, probably waiting for some chaos to unfold ahead. Forsengo is driving a Honda IndyCar, currently in 18th place. Their fastest lap is just under 55 seconds, so they're holding a steady pace but not quite challenging the leaders. Looks like a quiet race for now. Scott Dixon is showing some serious pace early on, but he's still stuck in 6th. He's got the speed but needs to find a way past a few cars if he wants to challenge for the lead. Relax Few is holding 8th place, just ahead of Archeron 192, who is in 9th. Not much room for overtaking yet, so they might need a mistake from the front to make a move. Sovi is driving a Chevrolet IndyCar and is currently in the 17th place. Their fastest lap is a 0:54.686, which suggests they're holding a decent pace, but still have room to improve. The Honda cars seem to be slightly faster overall, especially in the top 10. And yes, Marina's tight corners probably favor their handling. The Chevrolet drivers are hanging in there but might need a bit more finesse to catch up. Elititona 1095 is holding off Lockjaw 7 for 6th place. Matrix Go and Everlasting Apex are still neck and neck for 12. Lockjaw 7 is driving a Honda IndyCar and currently sits in 6th place. Their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders, so they're holding steady but not quite catching the front pack. Mark Marlowe is now in 2nd place. Maya is climbing to 3rd. Looks like a little race for the podium. Relax Few is in 8th place with a Chevrolet IndyCar. Their fastest lap is a 53.909. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite breaking away. New Life is running 2nd in the race with a Honda IndyCar. Their fastest lap is 0:54.426, which is decent but not quite matching the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady but not gaining much ground. The track favors Honda IndyCar's handling with the South Yas Marina layout, keeping most Hondas in the top half. Chevrolet drivers are mixing it up, but Honda seems slightly quicker on this circuit. Forsengo just gained 1 spot and is now at 17th place. Sovi and Forsengo are nose-to-tail fighting for that 17th position. The Honda IndyCars seem to have a slight edge in speed, but the Chevrolet IndyCars are holding their ground well. The Yas Marina South track's tight corners are probably favoring driver skill over raw power. The Honda IndyCars seem to be holding their own, with several in the top 10. But the Chevrolet IndyCars are not far behind. The Yas Marina South track's long straights favor the Honda speed, but the Chevrolet's handling keeps them competitive. Overall, it's a close battle driven more by driver skill than car class. Lockjaw 7 is driving a Honda IndyCar and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is 0:54.97. So they're holding a decent pace but not quite challenging the top. Looks like a steady race so far. Hengel McCringleberry's Honda IndyCar is in 20th place. The fastest lap so far is 54.392 seconds. So they're not exactly setting the pace but staying in the race. Lockjaw 7 is driving a Honda IndyCar and currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the track on fire. Sovi is driving a Chevrolet IndyCar, currently in 15th place. Their lap time is slower than some others, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Mark Marlowe is in a 2018 Honda IndyCar starting from 5th position. He's currently in 2nd place and has a fastest lap time of 53.983 seconds. Looks like he's making a solid push but still chasing the leader. Eliciton at Town 95 is in 8th place with a Chevrolet Indica. Their fastest lap is a 54.082. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite on the pace of the top contenders. The Honda IndyCar seems to have a slight edge in speed with more top lap times, but the Chevrolet IndyCar is holding strong in the top positions. The Yas Marina South tracks, sharp turns, and long straights are probably favoring the Honda's agility and acceleration. Scott Dixon and Move for Life are neck and neck for 4th place. Borsengo and Sovi are also locked in a close fight for 17th. Eliciton 1095 is in 8th place, driving a Chevrolet IndyCar. Their fastest lap is a 54.082. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead. Scott Dixon is holding a solid 6th place and just set the fastest lap, so he's definitely in the mix for a late push. Relaxed View is holding 8th place, just ahead of Archeron 192. Looks like Relaxed View has a slight pace advantage, but Archeron 192 is right behind, so it's a tight battle. Could go either way in the final laps. Maya is currently in 3rd place with a fastest lap just a fraction behind the leader. Her car is a Honda IndyCar, and she's holding a solid position but needs to find a little extra speed to challenge for the top spot. Mark Marlowe is racing a 2018 Honda IndyCar. He's currently in 2nd place and has the 2nd fastest lap of the race. Looks like he's pushing hard but still a bit behind Pippi Langstrom. Gina Jones is in the 16th place with a Honda IndyCar. Her fastest lap is just over half a second slower than the leader. Looks like she's holding her own but still chasing the top. Relaxed View is holding 8th place, so they're in a decent spot but not quite in the lead. Archerona 92 is right behind in 9th, so it's a close fight. Expect some overtakes soon. Rizaldiada is in a Chevrolet IndyCar, starting from the 19th position. They're currently in 20th place, just behind the pack, and their fastest lap is a 54.36. Looks like they're struggling to make moves but staying close. Rizaldi Adha is in a Chevrolet IndyCar, starting from 19th and currently in 19th. Their fastest lap is a 54.36, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Looks like a quiet race for now. The track's long straights are favoring the Honda IndyCars with their speed, but the Chevrolet cars are holding steady with good lap times on the corners. Borsengo is driving a Honda IndyCar and is currently in 18th place. Their fastest lap is 54.29, so they're holding a decent pace but still fighting to move up. Pippi Langstrom is leading the race with a Chevrolet IndyCar from 2018. Their fastest lap is 0:53.808, which is pretty quick. Looks like they're holding a solid pace and maintaining the top spot so far. Amy is in 11th place, running a Honda IndyCar with a fastest lap of 54.23 seconds. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite challenging the top. Relaxed View is in 8th place, driving a Chevrolet IndyCar. Their fastest lap is a 53.909, so they're holding a decent pace but not quite challenging the leaders. The race seems steady for now. Cap Holster is in 18th place with a decent lap time but still has some ground to make up. Looks like they're hanging in there but not quite in the mix for the top spots yet. Relaxed View just edged ahead of Eliciton 1095 for 7th place. Archero 92 and Axton Hits are still neck and neck for 9th position. Waffling Godders is holding off Matrixco by a car length for 13th place. Borsengo and Cap Holster are nose to tail for 17th. Wafflingottes is driving a Chevrolet IndyCar and currently in 14th place. Their fastest lap is just a bit quicker than their current position suggests. They're holding steady but not making big moves. Matrixco is climbing up one spot to 12th place. Everlasting Apex and Matrixco are nose-to-nose for 12th place. Wafflingottes and Everlasting Apex are locked in a close fight for 13th place. Scott Dixon is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still a few spots behind the leader. He might be saving his tires for a late surge. The Indy cars at Yas Marina South seem pretty evenly matched with a mix of Chevrolet and Honda. The Chevrolet drivers are slightly faster on average, but the Honda drivers are hanging in there. Track conditions might be favoring certain setups, but overall it's a close battle. Scott Dixon is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still a few places behind the leader. He's got the pace, but needs to find a way to overtake. Sobi is driving a Chevrolet IndyCar, starting from the 15th position. Their fastest lap is a 54.472, which is a bit slower than some of the others. Looks like Sobi is struggling to find consistent pace and hasn't made any moves forward yet. Maya is currently in 4th place, driving a Honda IndyCar. Her fastest lap is a 54.005, just behind the leaders. Looks like she's holding her own, but needs a little more speed to catch the top 3. Wow, Pippi Langstrom just won the race. Looks like even the fastest need to step aside for her. Well done. Wow! Pippi Langstrup really pulled off an impressive win? Congrats to them, they definitely earned that victory. As for the drivers with the chance to claim a car, Scott Dixon, congratulations on snagging the fastest lap. That's quite the achievement. And Mark Marlowe, with all those overtakes, you really showed your skills. You both can now claim a 2018 Honda IndyCar, so get ready to take those beauties for a spin. Great racing, everyone! If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Valencia street circuit, I would go with the Porsche 959. It's a legendary car known for its advanced technology and impressive performance for its time. Valencia's street layout with tight corners and high-speed straights would suit the 959's balanced handling and turbocharged power. Honestly, that car is a real overachiever, and would probably make the other cars look like they're stuck in traffic. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your picks quick before the AI takes all the top spots. Don't want to miss out on your favorite car being the champion, do you? Hurry up, or it's going to be a race to the finish. Hey there, ID Shadowone. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready to see some intense AI racing action. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the chaos on the track. Oh wow, we've got quite the vintage showdown here. Amy is in that iconic roof CTR Yellowbird, which is basically a legend on four wheels. It's known for its raw power and that distinctive coupe look. On the other hand, the Betty White show is piloting a Lancia Deltas 4 Stradale, a real rally legend with that turbocharged madness and all-wheel drive grip. Now, considering the Valencia street circuit is a fast, technical track, Amy's Yellowbird might have the edge with its straight-line speed and power, but the rally-bred Lancia's agility and handling could make things interesting around those tight corners. Honestly, I think it's a close call, but leaning slightly in favor of Amy. That Yellowbird is a beast on asphalt, and unless the Lancia can weave through traffic like a ninja, Amy might just take this one. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at Valencia Street Circuit, and Amy is taking the lead in her 1987 rough CTR Yellowbird. Looks like she's got that vintage speed on her side. Let's see if she can hold on to that pole position. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, followed closely by the Betty White show in second place, and Mark Marlowe holding on to third. Let's see if anyone can challenge that top trio early on. Gina Jones is climbing fast into second place. Gina Jones and Amy are nose-to-nose fighting for the lead. Turbo Benzina is making a move up to fifth. Turbo Benzina and Mark Marlowe are locked in a close duel for fourth. Edic Shadowwana is on a roll, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Turbo Benzina has gained 2 spots, now in third. Deplorably Apple also up 2 spots, sitting in fourth. The race is heating up. Zoe is climbing to 6th place. Maya and Mark Marlowe are locked in a close fight for 7th. Pippi Langstrump is advancing to 13th. Body Notes is driving a 1982 Lancia 037 Stradale. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, hanging around 15th place. Not much movement so far. Amy is still leading the pack with a comfortable gap. Zoe and the Betty White Show are battling hard for 5th place. Maya just overtook someone to move into 7th and is closing in. The fight for 6th between Maya and Zoe is heating up. Zoe is climbing to 5th place. Maya is now 6th. Shadowona has moved into 8th. Looks like everyone's making some moves today. Gina Jones just took the lead, leaving the rest of the pack in her dust. Shadowona and the Betty White Show are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Pippi Langstrump is climbing up to 10th, making her way through the field. Turbo Benzina just overtook for 2nd place. Looks like the race for P2 is heating up between Turbo Benzina and Amy Doyle. Shadowona is climbing to 7th. And now Shadowona is challenging Maya for 6th. Things are getting interesting. Pippi Langstrump and the Betty White Show are neck and neck for 9th place. Body Notes is gaining on the critical leg, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 10th. Starbucks and Body Notes are locked in a close fight for 16th. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Shadowona, closing the gap by a 2nd. They're battling for 7th place. Pippi Langstrump is climbing up to 10th place, making moves. The vintage cars are surprisingly close, so the track must favor handling and agility over raw power. The mix of older models keeps the race unpredictable and lively. Pippi Langstrump is gaining on Shadowona, closing the gap to just over a 2nd. Scott Dixon is inching closer to New for Life, the gap shrinking to about a 2nd and a 3rd. Scott Dixon and New for Life are locked in a fierce fight for the 12th spot. Maya is now in 5th place. Inga McCringleberry is gaining on Zoe and closing the gap by over a 2nd. Mark Marlowe has climbed to 10th place. Inga McCringleberry is driving a Yellowbird and is currently in the 12th place. Looks like they're stuck behind a few others and haven't made a move yet. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 6th place. Zoe and Hingle are nose-to-nose for 6th. Pippi Langstrump and Shadowona are locked in a close fight for 8th. Pippi Langstrump just overtook someone to take 8th place. Looks like the battle for 8th is heating up between Pippi Langstrump and Shadowona. New for Life is climbing up to 11th, inching closer to the pack. Deplorably, Apple is gaining on. Amy again, closing the gap by another second. Erik Shadowwarner just moved up one spot to 8th place. Pippi Langstrump and Erik Shadowwarner are nose to tail, fighting for 8th. Turbo Benzina just snatched the lead from the front. Pippi Langstrump is climbing up to 8th. The battle between the Betty White Show and Scott Dixon for 12th is heating up. Looks like they're fighting wheel to wheel. Erik Shadowwarner is climbing to 8th place. Erik Shadowwarner and Sylvia are nose to nose for 7th. The Betty White Show is making a move to 12th. The tight street circuit is favoring the early leaders with consistent lap times, while the longer straights are allowing some of the slower starters to catch up. Idagwan and Sovi are nose to tail for 7th place. The Critica leg is chipping away at Castaflex, closing the gap by a second and a half. Erik Shadowwarner is climbing up one spot to take 7th place. Sovi and Erik Shadowwarner are nose to tail, fighting for 7th. Pippi Langstrump is driving a rough CTR Yellowbird, same as some others in the race. Their fastest lap is just under 2 minutes 51 seconds. Looks like they're struggling to keep pace with the leaders. Gina Jones is driving a 1987 Porsche 959, starting from the 4th position. She's currently holding on to 2nd place, just behind Turbo Benzina. Looks like she's making a solid push but still has some ground to catch the leader. Well, look at that. Turbo Benzina just took the checkered flag. Guess they really know how to leave the pack in the dust. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Turbo Benzina, you really stole the show today. Congrats on winning the race and grabbing that fastest lap. I hope you're ready to enjoy that legendary Lamborghini Countach, because you've earned it. And look at that, Amy. You took the bet race and now you're the proud owner of a 1987 rough CTR Yellowbird. Nice work. It looks like Hingle McCringleberry also scored big with the most overtakes, earning the same fabulous car. Great performances all around, everyone. This race was definitely one for the books. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the New Jersey Motorsports Park circuit, I would probably go with the Lamborghini Jarama S. It's the only one built with more of a modern racing mindset, even if it's still vintage. Plus, its Italian flair might give it a little edge on tight corners and sharp turns. The muscle cars are fun to watch, but they might struggle with the technical sections. So, I'd say the Lamborghini has the best shot at finishing first, even if it's just by a hair. Alright everyone, time is running out. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the moment to make your voice heard. Don't miss your shot to influence this crazy race. Oh, this is a fascinating matchup. The classic muscle car against the elegant British Grand Tourer. The Dodge Coronet Super B is definitely a beast with its raw power and muscle car attitude. It's probably going to be a straight-line hero, but might struggle a little around the curves at New Jersey Motorsports Park. On the other hand, the Aston Martin V8 Vantage from 1977 is known for its balanced handling and smooth performance, which could give our Pink Wolf an edge on the technical parts of the track. Given the track's mix of tight corners and fast straights, I think the Aston Martin might have a slight advantage because of its handling finesse. But don't count out Sharon and that Super B, because sometimes raw power can surprise you if it gets the right line. It's going to be a close call, but I'd lean towards the Aston Martin for the win here. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Leading the pack at the start is Dr. Felix in a 1977 Aston Martin V8 Vantage, a true 1970s supercar legend. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold on to the lead. Dr. Felix has shot off the line into the lead. Gravy Graves is holding strong in second, and Sovi is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Sovi is climbing to second place. Abeta Bloke is also advancing to fourth. Abeta Bloke and Gravy Graves are locked in a close fight for third. Abeta Bloke is climbing to third place. Amy is now in 8th. Amy and New Full Life are neck and neck for 7th. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Amy just overtook someone to move into 7th. Tugon at DTV is now in 8th, closing the gap. Bill the old guy moved up to 11th, but still a bit behind the pack. Turbo Benzina and Bill the old guy are nose to tail for 11th place. Pippi Langstrump is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by 1.2 seconds. Scott Dixon just gained a spot, now sitting in 17th. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Gina Jones is closing in on the top 10. Sean and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for the 18th spot. Looks like a battle of wills. Gina Jones just moved up one spot to 11th place. Bill the old guy and Gina are nose to tail for that same position. I'm inching closer to Zotsfired, closing the gap by a second and a third. Turbo Benzina is driving a 1972 Lamborghini Jarama S and is currently in 11th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Gravy Graves is climbing to 3rd place. James Mayo is now in 4th. Amy has moved up to 5th. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move, climbing up 3 spots to 15. Abeta Bloke is having a rough time, dropping back to 21. Deplorably Apple is inching forward, now in 5th. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Amy just grabbed 5th. Mission Man is now in 19th. Lubote has moved into 21st. Filthy Old Guy is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Pippi Langstrom has moved up 1 spot to 15th place. Mission Man is racing a 1969 Shelby GT 500. Shoe. They're currently in the middle of the pack in 20th place, with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 23.5 15ths. Looks like a steady race, but they might need a boost to move up. Maya and Turbobenzina are nose to tail in the fight for 12th place. Tron is climbing up to 17. Mission and is also on the move, now in 18. Frankenbals is driving a 1972 De Tomaso Pantera GTS. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle, currently in 10th place, with the slowest lap of 1 minute, 20.58. Dr. Felix is comfortably leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control, unless something dramatic happened. Pippi Langstrom's car is a 1968 Dodge Dart Hemi Superstock. Looks like she's making a move. Currently in the 16th place and running just over 1 minute 20 seconds. Not bad for a vintage muscle car trying to climb up. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Deplorable Apple is charging forward into 5th. New for Life is climbing into 6th. Amy is dropping like a stone to 18. Gravy Graves is climbing up to 2nd place. James Mayo is closing in on Sophie, cutting the gap by 2/4 seconds. Maya and Turbobenzina are nose to tail for 11th. Tron is driving a 1970 Dodge Coronet Super B. They're currently in the 16th place and seem to be holding a steady pace around 120.7. Looks like they're not making much noise but staying in the mix. Gravy Graves is inching closer to Dr. Felix, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up 1 spot to 14. Hingle McCringleberry and Zotsfired are nose to nose, fighting for the 13th place. Well, look at that. Dr. Felix just proved they're the fastest around. Congratulations on the win. You've officially outpaced the competition. Wow. Dr. Felix Rix really pulled it off. Congratulations to them. Truly, the master of the track today. And Hingle McCringleberry, you did the most overtakes, so you get the vintage Lamborghini Jarama S. Nice work on the aggressive driving. Who's ready for the next race? Alright everyone, time is almost up. Make your final picks before these AI cars zoom off without you. Don't miss out on the thrill of the race. Oh wow. This is like a classic battle of the speed demons. The Radical SR5 is known for its sharp handling and quick acceleration, making it a formidable opponent on a track like Ailes Reverse. Meanwhile, the Norma M20FC has a reputation for being a balanced and reliable race car. But it might be a bit more about finesse than outright speed. If I had to place a bet, I'd say the Radical might have a slight edge because of its aggressive design and newer model. But don't count out the Norma. Sometimes a steady hand and good strategy can surprise us all. Either way, I'm excited to see how this one turns out. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Ailes Reverse track, and leading the pack is deplorably able in the pole position, driving a 2012 Praga R1. Looks like they're ready to show off that vintage speed. Quimanda has shot off the line to take the lead. Deplorably Apple is holding strong in second place, while Move for Life is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. This climbed 2 spots and is now in 7th place. Pippi Langstrom and Belesco Bime are still nose to nose for 7th. Scott Dixon has also gained 2 spots and is now in 9th. Maya and New for Life are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 7th. Dishonored Fox is also making moves, now in 9th. Dishonored Fox and Belesco Bime are nose to nose for 8th. Maya is now in 3rd place, closing in on the leaders. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed to 10th, still a bit behind but making progress. New Life just edged ahead of Maya for third place. They're nose to nose, and it's getting spicy. Maya is now in third place, climbing up one spot. Amy and New for Life are nose to tail, fighting for fourth position. Dishonored Fox is racing a Palmer Jaguar JP1 from 23. Looks like they're holding steady in ninth place, not making any big moves but staying in the mix. Amy is driving a Radical SR5 from 2019. She's currently in fifth place and seems to be holding her own among the Radical SR5s. Queen Monda is comfortably leading and has the fastest lap, so it looks like she's in control and aiming to seal the deal. Move for Life is driving a 2019 Radical SR5, which is known for its lightweight agility. They're currently in fourth place, but their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pace. Scott Dixon is closing in on Sophie fast, cutting the gap by over 6 seconds. Dishonored Fox just gained one spot and is now in 8th place. Dishonored Fox is driving a Palmer Jaguar JP1 from 2003. They're currently in 8th place and just under 20 seconds behind the leader. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Ingle McCringleberry is closing the gap to Belescope Beam, getting closer with every lap. Belescope Beamer and Dishonored Fox still locked in that tight fight for 8th place. Move for Life is driving a 2019 Radical SR5, currently in 4th place. Their fastest lap is 1:18.258, so they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Ingle McCringleberry and Belescope Beam are neck and neck for 9th place. Sophie is closing in fast, chopping down the gap by 1.4 seconds. No Move for Life just overtook for 3rd place. Maya and New for Life are nose to tail for that spot. Belescope Beam and Dishonored Fox are fighting hard for 8th place. Wow, Queen Monda really sped past everyone. Looks like they're the queen of the track now. Wow, Queen Monda took the crown today. Congratulations on that fantastic win, you deserve it. Now, for the 2 lucky drivers who can claim some sweet rides. No for Life, you nailed the bet race, and can take home the 2019 Radical S R5 Ultralights. Gina Jones, you dazzled us with the most overtakes and are also in for the same awesome prize. Great job to both of you. Looks like some new wheels might be heading your way. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Since my Giona Short is a tight and technical circuit, a car that can easily navigate sharp corners and stay stable at lower speeds would have the upper hand. Speed is nice, but the ability to stick to the racing line and make quick, precise turns will make all the difference here. So, a balanced setup with good grip and responsive steering would be ideal for dominating this track. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Make your picks now before the AI takes control, and we miss out on all the fun. Don't say I didn't warn you. Ooh, this is like a showdown from the muscle car era, isn't it? The Mercury Cougar from 1967 versus the Ford Mustang Boss from 1970. Both classics with their own flair. The Mustang Boss is probably the more aggressive of the two with its reputation for speed and power. The Cougar is sleek and stylish, but might lack a little of the raw muscle to keep up in these races. If I had to place a bet, I'd give a slight edge to New for Life with the Mustang Boss. It's got that extra punch that might just give it the advantage on the Giona Short. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. It's all about those tiny milliseconds. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Giona Short track. Thovey is on pole, piloting a classic 1967 Mercury Cougar. It's a blast from the past right at the front. Let's see if that vintage muscle can hold off the competition. Sovi has taken an early lead. New for Life is right behind in second, and Cobracol is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Ihava Eczema is now in fourth place. Deplorably Apple has climbed to fifth. Hingham the Kringleberry has moved into seventh. Looks like the race is heating up. Cloudy is climbing nicely to sixth place. Gishinks is making a move to 9. Gishinks and Hingham the Kringleberry are nose to nose for 8th. Hingham the Kringleberry is climbing up to 7th place. Maya is also making moves, now in 14th. Looks like some strategic overtaking happening out there. The Chaotic Weirdo just overtook someone to move into 11th place. Gina Jones and The Chaotic Weirdo are nose to nose for 11th. Maya and Pippi Langstrup are locked in a close fight for 13th. Turbo Benzina is climbing up to 8th place. The Chaotic Weirdo is closing in on Fishinch, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Those two are locked in a tight fight for 10th. Oscar Wolf is driving a 1969 AMC Javelin. They're currently in 15th place. so it looks like a steady but not spectacular race for them so far. Looks like Amy just nudged into the 16th spot. Maya and Amy are nose to tail for that position. Who's gonna blink first? Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1966 Shelby Cobra 427. C. They're currently in 7th place, holding steady with a fastest lap of 58.983 seconds. Looks like they're hanging in there despite the tight competition. Deplorably Apple and Ahavixema are neck and neck for 4th place. Fishinks just gained 1 spot to take 9. Grisgopher and Fishinks are also fighting hard for 9. Turbo Benzina is climbing to 7th place. Their chaotic weirdo is now in 10. Pippi Langstrom is knocking on 11. Deplorable and Ahivexema are nose to tail for 4th place. Oscar Wolf is sneaking up to 12th place, inching closer. Turbo Benzina is making a move with that blistering lap time, but he's still a couple of places behind the leaders. The Group 4 cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track's tight corners at Magione Short favor the more agile cars. That's why the top positions are dominated by cars with good handling, while heavier or less nimble cars struggle to keep up. Fishinks is driving a 1967 Chevrolet Corvette T22. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle. Currently in 10th place, and quite a bit behind the leaders. Looks like they're just trying to keep it together. Their chaotic weirdo is in the 11th place driving a Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR from 1971. Their fastest lap is a solid 1 minute and 07 milliseconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Sovi is leading in a 1967 Mercury Cougar, which is known for its classic muscle car style and solid performance. Looks like they're holding a comfortable lead so far, with the fastest lap of the race. Hingham McCringleberry is gaining on Turbo Benzina, closing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Their chaotic weirdos making a move on Fishinks, chipping away at the gap by just over a second. Wow, Sovi really outpaced everyone and took the win. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, Sovi, you really drove off with that victory. Congratulations on winning the race, you earned it. And it looks like Turbo Benzina. You're the fastest lap holder, so you get the classic 1972 Maserati Bora Competizione. Nice one. Nice one. You also managed the most overtakes, So you're walking away with that beautiful Maserati as well. That's some impressive multitasking. Finally, Sophie, since you also won the bet race, you get to claim a 1967 Mercury Cougar. That's a pretty sweet prize for your big win. Great driving all round. This race was definitely an exciting one to watch. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder before the countdown ends. If you haven't picked your dream car yet, now's the time to do it. Don't let your favorite slip away in the last seconds. Get those choices in and let's see which AI-driven car will dominate the race. Well, both these cars have some serious vintage charm. But when it comes to racing, it's all about the performance under the hood. The Cheetah GT is known for its sleek design and quick acceleration, so Gina might have the edge there. On the other hand, the Mercury Cougar is a sturdy classic with a bit more weight and power, which could help Sophie make a strong run. Given these details, I'd say Gina might have a slight advantage, because the Cheetah GT tends to be more agile and quicker off the line. But honestly, with AI drivers, anything can happen, and the Cougar could surprise us with its durability. So, I'll lean towards Gina taking the victory, but I wouldn't write Sophie off just yet. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Cadegua Chicana A, and in the lead we've got Maya in a classic 1966 Shelby Cobra 427C. She's starting on pole, so let's see if she can hold on to that top spot. It's going to be a fun one. Maya is leading the pack right now, holding the first place. Scott Dixon is right behind in second, trying to catch up. Pippi Langstrumpf is in third, hanging on tight. The race has just begun, so anything can still happen. Zero Redia is on a roll, climbing up to 17th place. Hingelmame Kringleberry is gaining ground, now in third. Pippi Langstrumpf and Hingle are nose to tail for the third spot. Looks like a battle to watch. Sophie is climbing fast into fifth place. Wanga Tangseven 272 and Turbo Benzina are nose to nose for 10th. Connor Malady is making a move into 18th. Sophie and Pippi Langstrumpf are neck and neck for fourth place. Adanut 44 just sneaked into 8th. Wanga Tank 7 272 and Turbo Benzina are fighting hard for 10th. La Croissant 1980 is driving a 1964 Austin Mini Cooper S. They're currently in the 15th spot and seem to be holding steady, not making any dramatic moves. Looks like a quiet race for now. Aurelia and Shoot 'Em Up are nose to tail for 16th place. Anonymous Ninity 3 is inching closer to the top 20, climbing one spot. Gina Jones is holding on to 6th while Sophie is in 7th. Not much room between them, so expect a tight battle soon. Gina might have the edge if she keeps her pace. Pippi Langstrup is driving a 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR. They're currently in 4th place, and their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Sylvie is climbing to 5th place. Shoot 'Em Up and La Croissant 1980 are nose to tail for 15th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 5th place. Sophie and Gina are nose to nose for that position. Shoot 'Em Up is making a move, now in 15th. Sophie is climbing up to 5th place. Aurelia is making a move to 16th. Maya is leading the race with the Shelby Cobra 427C from 1966. She's in fastest lap holder and maintaining a solid gap. Looks like she's got this race under control so far. Brenda Booster is driving a 1974 BMW 2002. They're currently in 12th place, way off the pace with a lap time of 1:18.082. Looks like a long way to go to catch up. Gina Jones is climbing to 5th place. Turbo Benzina is making a move to 9th. Akfaithi and Memrida are nose to nose for 13th. Maya is leading the race with a perfect run in the Shelby Cobra 427C. Fastest lap so far and holding a solid gap. Looks like she's enjoying the dominance. Gina Jones is driving a 1964 Cheetah GT, which is holding 6th place. She's not the fastest on the track, but staying steady. Looks like she's keeping her position for now. Amy is in 6th place with a 1966 Shelby Cobra 427C. She's been consistent, but not quite catching the leaders. Looks like she's holding her own, but no major moves yet. Maya is holding steady in 5th place. Aden at 44. Just overtook someone to move into 7th. Anonymous Ninity 3 is making a move, climbing into 18th. Amy's still in 6th, but not for long if she keeps this pace. Akvaiki is driving a 1974 BMW 2002, which is known for its agility and classic charm. Their race seems to be a slow crawl, currently in 15th place, with a lap time over 21 seconds, struggling to keep up with the front runners. Aden at 44 and Amy are nose to tail for 6th place. Big Goldner just gained 1 spot to sit in 21st. Cheese and Dashauer and Big Goldner are also battling for 21st. Aurelia is driving a 1974 BMW 22, which is known for its nimbleness and agility. They are currently in the 16th place, just behind some faster Group 2 cars. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the top Group 4 contenders. Hingle Ne Kringleberry is climbing to second place. Anonymous Ninity 3 and La Croissant 1980 are locked in a close fight for 17th. Cheese and Dash Showers advancing to 21st. Hingle Ne Kringleberry is creeping closer to me, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Gina Jones is closing in on Scott Dixon, also making a move with nearly 2 seconds shaved off. Aurelia just climbed 1 spot to take 15th place. Hingle Ne Kringleberry is closing in on Maya with a 3.5 second gap. They are in a tight battle for first place. Wanga Tang 272 is climbing up to 10th place. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on winning the race. Congratulations to Maya on winning the race. You really showed those cars who's boss. Well done. Now, for the car claims. Maya, since you got the fastest lap, you get to claim the stunning 1966 Shelby Cobra 427. See, that's quite the prize for mastering speed. Gina Jones, you pulled off the win in the bet race, so you're taking home the sleek 1964 Cheetah GT. And Hingle Ne Kringleberry, with the most overtakes, you earn the same Shelby Cobra. Looks like everyone's walking away with some sweet rides today. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to get those choices in before the countdown runs out. Don't make me start choosing for you. Because believe me, I have terrible taste in cars. Hurry up! Alright. We've got Runner Rampage in a 2019 Radical SR5 and New for Life. In a 1996 Osella PA20 BMW or. The Radical is a pretty modern, lightweight and sporty car, built for speed and agility. The Osella, on the other hand, is definitely a classic and might have some old-school charm, but perhaps not quite as quick in a race like this. Given the car choices, I'm leaning toward Runner Rampage taking the lead, thanks to the more recent design and better performance features of the Radical. The Osella might be a fun throwback, but in a head-to-head race at Calabogie Stadium, I think the Radical has the edge. What do you guys think? Are we about to see some vintage magic or modern muscle take over? Alright folks, here we go. Amy's on pole in her classic 1996 Osella P20 BMW. Ready to show these newer cars how it's done at Calabogie Stadium. Buckle up, this should be fun to watch. Scott Dixon has taken an early lead. Amy is holding strong in second place, and Mafia Mavi is right behind in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Pippi Langström is climbing to third place. Alwyn Storm and I are locked in a close fight for fifth. Hingle McCringleberry is edging up to seventh. Alwyn Storm is now in fifth place, inching closer to the top four. Mafia Mavi and Alwyn Storm are nose-to-nose for fourth. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed into sixth, not giving up just yet. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to fifth place. Alwyn Storm and Hingle are nose-to-nose for that spot. Zoe and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 10th. Now Pink Wolf just overtook Cheroffa Kitten to take the 8th place. Cheroffa Kitten is trying to fight back, but Pink Wolf is holding firm. Early. Alwyn Storm is driving a 2011 BC Mono, known for its lightweight design and agility. They're currently in 5th place, holding a solid position but not quite challenging the leader yet. Pippi Langström is closing in on Amy, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up one spot to take 4th place. Pink Wolf is also climbing, moving up one spot to reach 18th. Pink Wolf and Daragaz are locked in a tight battle for 17th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 3rd place. Runner Rampage is advancing to 7th. Pink Wolf is making a move to 17th. Poto is on a roll, climbing 11 spots to 12. Pippi Langström is making a move, grabbing the 3rd place. Mafia Mavi and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for 4th. Mafia Mavi is climbing to 4th place. Its Theraper is now in 12th. The Critical Egg has moved into 13th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 4th place. Mafia Mavi and Hingle are nose-to-nose for that spot. Gina Jones is making her way to 8th. Hingo McCringleberry is in a 2009 Joe Concept Funio 4RC, and he's currently in 4th place. He's got the fastest lap of the race at 1 minute 11.614 seconds, so he's pushing hard. Looks like he's making a strong run. Life is currently in 11th place with a time of just over 10 seconds. Their car is a 1996 Ozella P, a 20 BMW, which is holding steady but not making any major moves. Looks like a solid, steady race so far. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 3rd place. Maya is also moving up to 8th. Maya and Rana Rampage are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Maya and Rana Rampage are nose-to-tail for 7th place. Lil Sprout and Paxos are locked in a close fight for 21st. Sputnik NZ is driving a 2013 Peugeot 208 R2. They're currently in 17th place and running quite a bit slower than most, with the best lap just over 1 minute and 18 seconds. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 2nd place. Amy and Hingo are nose-to-nose for that 2nd spot. Gina Jones and I are locked in a close fight for 8th. Scott Dixon is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless something dramatic happens. Hingo McCringleberry is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. Fuotso is hot on Amundsen's tail, closing in by a little over 2 seconds. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon just took the checkered flag. Congratulations. Guess he's still got it. Wow, Scott Dixon really knows how to take the checkered flag. Congrats to him on the win. He definitely earned it today. And a shout out to Hingo McCringleberry for smashing the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a 2009 Yo Concept Funio 4RC Ultralights. Hope you're ready to take that beauty for a spin. Sure. Did you know the 1986 Ford Escort RS Turbo was one of the first hot hatches to really make a name for itself? It packed a turbocharged engine that gave it a pretty spicy punch for its time, making it a favorite among car enthusiasts who loved a little speed and a lot of character. It's like the little engine that could, but with a turbo boost. Alright everyone, last call to pick your favorite machine before the countdown ends. Make your choice now or forever hold your peace in the race of digital metal. Alright, this is quite the vintage versus modern showdown. Lisa Shippi's 1948 Ferrari on 66 looks charming and all. But I think the real question is whether it can keep up with the speed machine that is the Lamborghini Aventador SVJ. That Lamborghini is a beast with a V12 engine, designed for raw power and speed. On the other hand, the Ferrari, though a classic beauty, might struggle on a fast-paced track like Shanghai. Personally, I'm placing my bets on Hingle McCringleberry and that sleek Lamborghini. But hey, with AI racing, who knows? Maybe the old classic will surprise us and find its way to the front. It's going to be interesting to watch. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Shanghai, and Emmer Pinkwolf is leading the pack from pole position. He's in a classic 1975 Ferrari 365 GT 4BB, because nothing screams speed like a vintage Ferrari. Let's see if that old school charm can keep him ahead. Emmer Pinkwolf has taken an early lead. Sophie is holding second place right behind him. Gina Jones is in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Wannabe Kiddo is climbing fast, now in 9th place after overtaking 4 cars. Amy is making a move too, now in 15th after passing 5 cars. Hingle McCringleberry is also on the rise, now in 18th after overtaking 5 cars. Maho House is on a tier, climbing 4 spots to 9th. Marty Freeze is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 22nd. And I just nudged up 1 spot to 3rd. Feels like a good day for a comeback. Maya is holding steady in the lead. No surprises there. Amy is now in 10th place after a clean overtake. Hamid Media and Sputnik NZ are both climbing, now in 13th and 14th respectively. The race is heating up behind the front runners. Turbo Benzina climbs to 8th place. Hamid Media advances to 12th place. Taylor's Australia and Hamid Media are nose to nose for 12th. Maya just overtook for 2nd place. Gina Jones and Maya are still nose to nose. Turbo Benzina is closing the gap on Wannabe Kiddo, now just 1 second behind. Maya takes the lead, climbing to 1st place. Gina Jones also advances 1 spot to 2nd. Turbo Benzina keeps the momentum, moving up to 7th. Maya is holding steady in the middle of the pack. Maho Chaos and Wannabe Kiddo are nose to nose for 9th place. Amy just jumped into 7th, leaving the others to chase her down. Amy is gaining on Scott Dixon, now just over a second behind. Hamid Media is closing in on Mahokas, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Lobardo has moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Hamid Media is climbing up to 10th place. Lobardo is now 11th. Hingle McCringleberry is moving into 13th. Looks like everyone's playing the game of leapfrog today. Pippi Langstrump and Sophie are nose-to-nose for third place. Hamid Media just gained one spot and is now ninth. Hingala, Me, Kringleberry, and Mahokhaus are locked in a close fight for 12th. Hamid Media is closing in on Turbo Benzina, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Bobardo is climbing up to 10th place. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move to 13th. Turbo Benzina just overtook someone to take 7th place. Amy and Turbo Benzina are still nose-to-nose for that spot. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 11th. Pippi Langstrump is climbing up to 3rd place. Sophie and Pippi are nose-to-nose for that spot. Amy is advancing to 7th. Amy and Scott Dixon are battling closely for 6th. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. You must be thrilled. Wow, what an incredible race. Congrats to Maya for taking the win. That was some serious driving. Now it's time to celebrate some of our other champions. Maya, you've got the fastest lap, so you can proudly claim that stunning 2018 Lamborghini Aventador S BJY. Hingle McCringleberry, you pulled off the win in the bet race, so that shiny Lamborghini is all yours. And Amy, with the most overtakes, you earned yourself another sweet ride. Congrats to everyone who raced today, you all made it super exciting. Sure thing. Did you know that the cars in the 1967 F1 season were some of the first to really push the boundaries of aerodynamics? They started experimenting with wings and spoilers, which at the time was a big leap forward in racing technology. It's like they were trying to turn their cars into flying machines, just a bit more grounded. Wow. What a throwback race we've got here. On one side, Aerotech is behind the wheel of that vintage BRMP 83. A classic with some serious old-school charm. But let's be honest, it's not exactly the speed queen compared to modern standards. On the other side, Karavinen is steering the Brabham BT24, which is also a 1967 car, but with a slightly different pedigree and maybe a bit more agility in its design. Given the track is Mont Tremblant GP without the chicane, it's all about the high-speed corners and smooth handling, which the Brabham is probably better suited for. The BRM might struggle to keep up on the tighter turns and fast straights. So I'd give the edge to Karavinen and the Brabham for this one. But hey, with vintage cars, it's always a fun gamble. Anything could happen. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Mont Tremblant no chicane, and look at that, Famaka is starting on pole in a stunning 1967 Ferrari 312. This is going to be a throwback for the ages. Famaka has shot off the line into the lead. Amy is holding strong in second place, and Gina Jones is hanging on in third. Looks like a pretty tight start so far. Aerotech is climbing to 5th place. Move for Life and Aerotech are nose to nose for 5th. Shalesy is advancing to 7th. Maya just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Gina Jones and Maya are still battling hard for that spot. Keruvnin is climbing up to 8th place. Gina Jones just snuck into 3rd place. The Dreamkeeper and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 9th. Justanet is climbing up to 16th. Gina Jones is climbing to 2nd place. Keruvnin is now in 6th. The Dreamkeeper has moved up to 9th. The battle between the Dreamkeeper and Shalesy for 8th place is heating up. Aerotech and Maya are nose to tail for 4th place. GamerBoss72 just gained 1 spot and is now in 13th. Starbucks is also climbing up, now in 16th. Gina Jones is trying to hold off Amy for 2nd place. Aerotech just snuck into 4th and is looking to make a move. GamerBoss72 and Princess Wildface are nose to nose for the 12th spot. Maya is climbing up to 4th place. Scott Dixon is now in 10th. Princess Wildface has moved into 11th. The race is heating up. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Who for Life and Keruvnin are nose to nose fighting for 6th. Starbucks and Rondon 69 are locked in a close duel for 15th. Keruvnin and Aerotech are nose to tail for 5th place. Shalesy just gained 1 spot and is now 7th. Shalesy and Keruvnin are battling it out for 6th. Rondon 69 just sneaked into 14th place. Sovi and Rondon 69 are nose to nose for that spot. Starbucks is climbing up to 15th, trying to crash that battle. Starbucks and Sovi are fighting hard for 15. The Dreamkeeper is climbing up to 8th place. New for life. And the Dreamkeeper is still neck and neck for that spot. Ingle McCringleberry is making a move, now in 12th. Maya just overtook Gina Jones and is now in 2nd place. Gina is holding strong behind her. New for life has advanced to 8th place, closing in. Scott Dixon just nudged into 9th place. Looks like the Dreamkeeper and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for that spot. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 12th. The race is getting interesting. Aerotech and Amy are nose to tail for 4th place. Princess Wildface is chipping away at the Dreamkeeper's lead, now just 1.3 seconds behind. GamerBoss72 is climbing up to 12th, making a move. Maya is closing in on Famaka, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Aerotech has climbed 1 spot to take 4th place. Scott Dixon has moved up 1 spot to 8th. Congratulations to Famaka on the win. Looks like all that practice paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow. Congratulations to Famaka for winning the race. That was some impressive driving. Well done. And a big shout out to Maya for snagging the fastest lap. That 1967 Cooper T81B is practically vintage perfection. Scott Dixon, you also earned the right to claim that same beauty for making the most overtakes. Looks like everyone's taking home some classic goodies today. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. If you haven't chosen your car yet, now's the time to make that decision, or you might end up with the one nobody wanted. Hurry up and pick your favorite before the countdown ends. Alright, this is quite the interesting matchup. The 2010 Seat Leon TDI is definitely not the fastest car on the track, but it might have some advantages in durability and torque. On the other hand, the 2016 Mini Cooper Cup is known for its nimbleness and sharp handling, which could give it a big edge around Bannock Brace twists and turns. If I had to put my chips down, I'd say Wild Cavanon with the Mini has the upper hand, especially if the AI can handle the corners better than the Seat's brute strength. But hey, never underestimate the power of a well-timed strategy from Hellskank in that old but reliable machine. It's going to be a close race, but I'm leaning toward Wild Cavanon pulling ahead in the end. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Bannockbrae with Gina Jones leading the pack in her 2019 Ford Focus ST. She's on pole and ready to show these AI cars what real drive. Ayo. Gina Jones is leading the race. Pippi Langstrup is right behind in second, and Sophie is holding on to third. Looks like a close fight already. New for Life is now in third place, climbing one spot. Sophie and New for Life are still neck and neck for third. Wayne Gretzky has moved up to sixth place, closing in. While Kevin One is in the 16th place with a 2016 Mini Cooper Cup. Looks like they're trying to keep it fun in the back of the pack. Scott Dixon is climbing to 8th place. Marcus has advanced to 23rd. Josh Biosh is now in 26th. Wayne Gretzky is climbing to 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry is advancing to 11th. Jmagi Chat is pushing up to 19. Scott Dixon and Caffeinated Car are nose to tail for 7th place. Amy is climbing up to 9th. Queen Manda and Amy are locked in a close fight for 9th. Queen Manda is holding on to 9th place, but Amy is right behind her, ready to pounce. Dagishat and Senior Flip-Flopone, 120-20, are still neck and neck for the 19th spot. No clear winner yet. Axton Hits and Marcus are battling for 23rd, with Axton Hits just edging ahead for now. Wayne Gretzky just overtook someone to climb into 4th place. The battle for 3rd between Wayne Gretzky and New for Life is heating up. Queen Manda is making moves, now in 9th place. Sophie is closing in on Wayne Gretzky, chopping down the gap by 3.4 seconds. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 7th place. Dixon and Lord Batril are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Caffeinated Car is climbing to 7th place. Amy is also moving up to 9th. Queen Manda and Amy are nose to nose for 9th place. Helskank and Maya are nose to tail for 12th place. Zika Paul and Chateau Dorka 39 are locked in a fierce fight for 27. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 10th place. Helskank is making a move to 11th. Unistix is creeping up to 17. Caffeinated Car is climbing up to 6th place. Maya is making a move to 12th. Nectar Romavala and Queen Manda are nose to nose for 13. Ingle McCringleberry and Amy are nose to nose for 9th place. Maya and Helskank are locked in a close fight for 11th. HP Lootcraft just gained a spot to move into 14th. HP Lootcraft and Queen Manda are battling it out for 13th. caffeinated car is closing in on Sophie, and the gap is shrinking fast. HP Lootcraft just jumped a spot to 13. Nixa Romaval also moved up one spot to 14. Caffeinated car and Sophie are nose to tail for 5th place. Patsorts just sneaked into 15th. Senior Flip-Flop on 100 and 2020 is inching closer to Wild Cavanoni, closing the gap by a second and a half. Well, Gina Jones just proved she's the fastest on the track. Congratulations on the win. Wow. Congratulations to Gina Jones for taking the win. Great job out there, you totally deserved it. And a big shout out to Pippi Langstrumpf for snagging the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a 2016 Volkswagen Jetta. Nice work! A fun fact about the 1964 Ferrari 158 is that it was built specifically to dominate Formula One racing that year, and actually did just that, winning the World Championship for Ferrari. It was powered by a 1.5-liter V8 engine, which was quite advanced for its time. Interestingly, it's one of the few Ferraris of that era that was designed exclusively for racing and not adapted from a road car. So, basically, this car was born to race, and it definitely proved itself on the track. Alright, everyone. The moment is almost here. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to jump in before the countdown runs out. Don't miss your chance to root for your racer. Oh! This is like choosing between a classic family sedan and a race car, designed for the thrill of the track. The Honda R272 is a legendary racing machine with a history of speed and agility, while the Ferrari 1512, even if vintage, screams style and a little bit of that famous Italian flair. Honestly, it could go either way. The Honda's known for handling and control, but the Ferrari might just have that extra burst of raw power. I'd probably lean towards Pippi Langstrumpf because of the Ferrari's reputation for speed, but don't count out Hingle McCringleberry's Honda for pulling off a surprise move. Either way, it's going to be a fun race to watch. Who do you think will come out on top? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at the A Finisto Vintage track, and guess what? Maya's sitting on pole in a 1965 Ferrari 1512. Looks like she's got the early lead, but let's see if she can keep that position against these vintage beauties. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, Turbobenzina right behind in second, and Maya hanging on in third place. Looks like the top three are already setting the pace. Turbobenzina just overtook for the lead. Maya is now in second place, closing the gap. Scott Dixon and Gina Jones are nose to nose for fourth place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Scott Dixon is storming to the front now in first place. S. Davin Games is not far behind, grabbing second. Sophie is making a move, climbing to fourth. Looks like a tight battle at the front. Sophie is really making a statement, grabbing the lead from 3 cars in a flash. Scott Dixon and Sophie are now nose to tail for the top spot. Nufralai is climbing fast, jumping 2 places to settle into fourth. Things are heating up at the front. Pippi Langstrup is making a strong move, now in 7th place. Hingel Kringleberry is right behind, climbing up to 8th. Zerk Gamingate is closing in on Wufalai. The gap shrinking fast. Hingel is holding 8th, while Pippi is right behind in 7th. Looks like a close fight, but Hingel might need to step up if he wants to keep Pippi at bay. Amy is driving a Honda Rara, a 272, starting second and currently in 10th. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the front runners. Amy is driving a Honda Rara, a 272, starting second and currently in 10th place. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the front runners. Turbobenzina is driving a Lotus 33, a classic F1 car known for its innovative design and lightweight chassis. Looks like they're holding a solid 3rd place, staying in the mix without much fuss. Cirque Mingate is driving a Ferrari 1512, starting in 9th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Cirque Gamingate is driving a Ferrari 1512, currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Maya is leading the race in a Ferrari 1512, starting from the pole. Looks like she's holding on to that top spot pretty comfortably so far. Gina Jones is driving a 1961 Cooper T55, a car known for its balanced handling and classic design. She's currently in the 4th place, holding steady behind the top 3. Looks like she's keeping it clean but not quite enough to challenge the leaders yet. Gina Jones is driving a 1961 Cooper T55, which is a classic but not the fastest on the track. Her race seems to be struggling as she's currently in 12th place with no recorded lap times. Zerk Mingate is climbing to 4th place. Maya is now in 5th. Pippi Langstrup is catching up to 6th. Hingel Kringleberry is climbing up to 7th place. Calican Bunny is also moving up to 8th. Looks like they're both on the rise. Pelican Bunny is chipping away at Hingle McCringleberry's lead, closing in by 1/4 seconds. Amy is climbing up to ninth place, overtaking someone. Turbo Benzina is also making moves, now in 10th. Maya is leading the race in a 1965 Ferrari 1512. She's holding the top spot, but her lap time is slightly slower than the fastest overall. Looks like she's trying to stay ahead without pushing too hard. Scott Dixon's Honda Right. A 272 is in second place and has the second fastest lap of the race. Looks like he's pushing hard but still behind Sovi. Gina Jones is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still in 12th. He might be saving some for a late surge. Amy's Honda R, a 272, is in second place, but she's struggling with her lap times, currently significantly slower than the leaders. Her race seems to be a challenge for now. Scott Dixon is racing a 1965 Honda R, a 272. He's currently in third place and has a fastest lap, just slightly slower than Sovi at the front. Looks like he's holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Gina Jones is racing a 1961 Cooper T55, a classic that's known for its innovative design. She's currently in 12th place, but her fastest lap is the quickest on the track at 1:47.41, so she's got speed when she needs it. Wow. Sovi really took the checkered flag. Guess all those laps paid off. Well done. Wow, Sovi, you did it. Congratulations on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. You really kept everyone on their toes. And a big shout out to Gina Jones for setting the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a classic 1961 Cooper T55 Dale. That's a beauty from the F1 era. Pippi Langstrom, you won the bet race and get to claim a 1965 Ferrari 1512. Nice work. Always love seeing a Ferrari in the mix. And Sovi, again, excellent job on the most overtakes. You can claim a 1964 Ferrari 158. Perfect for someone who likes to really shake things up on the track. Great race, everyone. Here is a fun fact about the 1937 Mercedes-Benz W125. It was one of the most powerful racing cars of its time, boasting a supercharged 5.6-liter V12 engine that produced around 595 horsepower. That power was enough to make it an absolute beast on the track, capable of reaching speeds over 200 miles per hour. For 1937, that was practically rocket speed, making it a true legend in racing history. Wow, what a matchup! On one side, we have Mighty Chunk in a 1938 Maserati 8CTF, a classic racing legend with a lot of history behind it. On the other hand, Scott Dixon is taking an old-school Alfa Romeo 12C, which is also a pretty impressive vintage choice. I'd say the Maserati has a slight edge here due to its legendary speed and handling from that era. But never underestimate a talented driver like Dixon, especially in a machine that's well maintained. Given that car choice can make or break the race, I'm leaning towards Mighty Chunk in the Maserati for the win. But I'd keep an eye on Dixon trying to pull off some vintage magic. This will definitely be a race to remember. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Sonoma WTC, and leading the pack is Rose Gold Gaming in a 1938 Maserati 8. CTF. Looks like vintage is making a statement right from the start. Rose Gold Gaming is leading the race, followed closely by the Critical Egg in second place. Dr. Monkey 13 is currently in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Dr. Monkey 13 and the Critical Egg are nose to nose for second place. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is climbing fast, now 6. Trifinanti 3 is making moves, now 8. Trifinanti 3 is climbing up to 7th place. Pippi Langstrom and Trifinanti 3 are nose to nose for 7. Tales of Strili is inching into 12. Gina Jones is climbing up to 10th place. Uncle Tobin is now 12th. Karunen has gained 2 spots and is in 14th. Tales of Strili just overtook someone to climb to 12th place. Scott Dixon also moving up to 15th place. Mighty Chunk and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for that 15th spot. Mighty Chunk is climbing up to 15th place. Sovi is also moving up to 22nd. Kalmetwi and Sovi are nose to nose for 22nd. Bean Streams and Exley are nose to nose for the 18th spot. Kalmetwi just nudged up 1 place to 22nd. Amy and Captain Trippy are locked in a close fight for 25th. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios just sneaked into 5th place. Tales of Strili is closing the gap on Renog T4, now just 1.2 seconds behind. Tales of Strili and Renog T4 are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Uncle Tobin just climbed 1 spot to 12. Stephen Brinkley also moved up 1 to 19. Aisley and Stephen Brinkley are nose to tail for 19. Aisley is climbing up to 19th place. Nubuamedi now in 28th place. both making small gains, but still a long way to go. Mighty Chunk is climbing up to 13th place now. Taylor's of Strili is right behind, both battling for that spot. Carabinian is right in the mix, trying to hold off Mighty Chunk. Mighty Chunk and Tales of Strili are nose to nose for 13th place. Maho Chaos is climbing 2 spots to 22nd. Maya is inching up 1 spot to 28th. Keruvenen is climbing to 14th place. Hingle McCringleberry is also moving up to 16th place. Bean Streams and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 17th place. Trifanen 83 and Deplorable are nose to tail for 6th place. Celestia Linari is climbing up to 8th. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move to 15th. Tales of Strili is closing in on Uncle Tobin, cutting the gap by over a second. Stephen Brinkley is climbing 2 spots to 18. Maho Chaos is also up 2 places to 20. Maho Chaos and Scott Dixon are locked in a tight duel for 19. Renog T4 is climbing to 10th place. Aisley is making a move to 20th. Sobi is advancing to 22nd. Trifa93 just overtook Deplorable and is now in 6th place. They are nose to tail, so expect a move soon. Renok T4 is climbing up to 9th place. Pippi Langstrom and Renok T4 are nose to nose for that spot. Maho Chaos is inching closer to the top 20. Gina Jones is climbing up to 10th place. Bean Streams is making progress and is now in 16th. Stephen Brinkley is closing in on Mighty Chunk, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Wow, Rosé Gold Gaming took the checkered flag? Looks like all those gaming skills paid off on the racetrack. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Rosegold Gaming crushed it. Great job taking the lead and showing everyone how it's done. Can't wait to see if you can keep up that momentum in the next race. Sure. A fun fact about the LMP 900 racing class is that these cars were designed to be incredibly lightweight and aerodynamic, which makes them super fast on the track. They also have advanced hybrid systems that can give them a boost of power, kind of like a caffeine shot for racing cars. It's like watching a high-tech roller coaster with wheels. Alright folks, you better make your pick quick before the bell rings and we're stuck with whatever's left. Don't let your favorite slip away like that last slice of pizza. Get those choices in now. Wow. This is quite the matchup. Marty Freeze in the 2009 Audi R15 TD. I versus Pippi Langstrumpf in the 2003 Panoz Elm MP01 Roadster S. Both are racing legendary prototypes, but the Audi R15 TDI has a reputation for being a bit more modern and agile, especially on a street circuit like Chicago. The Panoz is a classic, but it's a little older and might struggle with the tight turns and quick acceleration. If I had to guess, I'd lean towards Marty Freeze with the Audi. It's likely to have better handling and a slight edge in speed on this circuit. But hey, stranger things have happened in the world of AI racing. Who do you think is going to take the win? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Chicago Street Circuit. Scott Dixon is starting on pole, driving a 2011 Aston Martin AMR1 in the LMP 900 class. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Ingo McCringleberry has shot off the line to take the lead. Scott Dixon is holding strong in second place. Amy is currently in third, trying to keep up. Amy just overtook someone to move into second place. Marty Freeze is closing in on the top four. Scott Dixon and Marty Freeze are nose to tail for third. Looks like a battle brewing. Pippi Langstrumpf and Sophie are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Schmerzenlive just gained one spot and is now 11th. Evolution 954 and Schmerzenlive are locked in a close fight for 11th. Gina Jones just sneaked into 8th place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Gina are nose-to-nose for that same spot. Evolution 954 and Schmerzenlive are locked in a close fight for 11th. Evolution 954 is climbing one spot to 11. Daydream Keeper and Schmerzenlive are nose-to-nose for 12th. Tokido Kibre is also moving up one spot to 15th. Heya, Ayarafe, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time to watch some high-speed AI cars battle it out. Hope you're ready for some intense racing action. Woo for Life is gaining on Pippi Langstrumpf and has closed the gap by 1.4 seconds. Daydream Keeper has climbed one position to 12. James Mayo and Zotsfire are nose-to-nose fighting for 17. Evolution 154 is climbing to 10th place. Daydream Keeper is now 11th. Spearlikehead has moved up to 13th. Zoe and I are neck and neck for 6th place. Evolution 9. Evolution 954 is closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf, cutting the gap by 1.40 seconds. Takedo Kibre just gained a spot to 14th. and is now battling Spear-like Hail for 13. Turbo Benzina and Marty Freeze are nose to tail for 4th place. Spear-like Hail is climbing to 12. Schmerzenlev is now 15. Tokido Kibre is climbing up to 14th place. James Mayo is now in 16th place. Aleatorius has moved into 19th place. Zoe just snuck into 6th place. Looks like the battle for 5th between Soviet and Turbo Benzina is heating up. Lisa Shibi is climbing steadily to 20. Maya is climbing up to 6th place now. The Dreamkeeper and Evolution 9 and 154 are nose to nose for 10th. LMP 900 cars are dominating with faster lap times, especially the Peugeot and Lola Aston Martin. The track favors high downforce and speed, giving the LMP 900s a clear edge over the LMP 3s. Hey Naibeth, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you returning just in time for some high-speed AI racing action. Ready to see some cars tear up the track? Aleatorius is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 16. Turbo Benzina is inching closer to the top, now in 4th. Spear-like Hail is making progress, moving 2 spots to 10. The Dreamkeeper and Evolution 9, 154, are nose to nose for 11th place. Aleatorius is climbing up to 15. Calico Bunny is making a 2-spot jump to 19. The Dreamkeeper is climbing up to 11th place. Lisa Shibi is also moving forward to 17th place. Dots Fired and Violetta Mama are nose to nose for the 20th spot. Well, look at that. Hingle McCringleberry just crossed the finish line first. Clearly, they're the master of the Chicago Street Circuit. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry. You really showed everyone how it's done. Not only did you cross the finish line first, but you also snagged the fastest lap. That's some serious skill. You're now the proud owner of a 2009 Peugeot 908 HD IFP, well deserved. And Amy, you're our overtaking champion today. You managed the most successful maneuvers out there. So you get the shiny 2000 Ferrari F333 SP. Great job on the aggressive driving and overtaking everyone in sight. Enjoy your new ride. Hey everyone! The clock's ticking. Make your picks before it's too late or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI hands you. Hurry up and choose your ride, or you might end up with something less than spectacular. Oh wow, what a classic showdown we have here. The Lola Mark IV Climax is known for its sleek design and racing pedigree, but it's a bit vintage compared to the Cooper T55. The Cooper T55, being from 1961, is also a fascinating choice, with its lightweight build and nimble handling. Honestly, I'd give a slight edge to Cloud Surfer 69's Lola, just because it's got that extra racing pedigree and a more powerful engine. But don't count Gina Jones out just yet. Sometimes the smaller, lighter cars can surprise us, especially on a track like Apricot Hill where agility is king. So, if I had to make a call based purely on cars and their history, I'd say Cloud Surfer 69 might have the upper hand. But stranger things have happened. Let's see who can tame those curves better. Alright folks, the race is underway at Apricot Hill and Toadette TV is starting strong on pole with a 1961 Cooper T55. Let's see if she can hold that lead, or if the other cars will surprise us. Toadette TV is leading the race right now. Strutting Jarl is holding second place, and closely behind him is Bleach Mepsi in third. The pack is still tight, so expect some early moves. Strutting Jarl just overtook Bleach Mepsi to take the lead. Bleach Mepsi is not giving up easily. They're sticking close behind. The battle for first is heating up. Aira Faye and Toadette TV are nose to tail for third place. Adam Flash just snuck into seventh, climbing one spot. Leung and Amy are locked in a close fight for eighth. Cherum Cirrhosis is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 21st. Drew Orfal's just gained 1 spot to 4th. Amy also moved up 1 spot to 7th. Amy and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose fighting for 6th place. Yama Priest has just moved up 1 spot to 14. Turbo Benzina also gained 1 position, now in 15th. Bangatang 72 and 72, and Turbo Benzina are nose to tail for the 15th spot. Lin Lilac is on a roll, climbing to 7th place. Wangatang 7 272 is making a strong push to reach the top half. Lokjun 7 is also gaining ground, inching closer to the midfield. Druer Falls just took the lead by overtaking 28 cars, now in first place. Yasmin 96 is closing in fast, overtaking 26 cars to sit in second. Strutting Jarl and Yasmin 196 are nose to tail, fighting for second place. Darigaos is on a roll, climbing to 11. Bubote is making a move, now in 15th. Unknown Tactics is gaining ground, now in 17th after passing 4 cars. Lin Lilac just climbed to 6th place. Liayum is closing the gap on Amy by a second and a 10th. Naibe is now in 9th, creeping up the leaderboard. Turbo Benzina advances to 13th place. Maya and Cloud Silver 69 are nose-to-nose for 21st. Pippi Langstrom climbs to 26th. Unknown Tactus is climbing up to 16th place. Maya is making her way to 21. Pippi Langstrumpf is advancing to 25. Wanga Tanksivan 272 and Turbo Benzina are nose-to-nose for 13th place. Scott Dixon and Catgirl TM are locked in a scrap for 26. Yasmin 196 is closing the gap on Drua Falls by 3.4 seconds. Looks like a move might be coming. Kubote just gained a spot and is now in 14th place. Lockjaw 7 and Unknown Tactis are neck and neck for 16. Chero Nemza Roses is climbing up to 23rd. Scott Dixon moves up one spot to 26. Catgirl TM and Scott Dixon are battling for that same position. Drua Falls is closing the gap on Catgirl TM by nearly 3 seconds. Lium is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Ainun Flash has moved up one spot to 9th place. Naiba and Aden Flash are locked in a tight battle for 9th position. Naiba is climbing up to 9th place. Aden Flash and Naiba are nose-to-nose for that position. Move for Life is inching up to 11th. Naiba and Lium are nose-to-tail for 8th place. Aden Flash and Naiba are also fighting hard for 9th. Darigaz is climbing up one spot to 11th. Lin Lilak is gaining ground on Hingle McCringleberry quickly. Naiba and Lium are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Darigaz and Aden Flash are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Lin Lilak is climbing to 5th place. Naiba is now in 8th. New for Life has jumped to 10th. Leon and New for Life are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Lockjaw 7 just gained a spot to 14th. Unknown Tactics is climbing 2 spots to 15. Well, look at that. Strutting Jarl just took the top spot. Guess all those laps paid off. Nice job. Wow, what a fantastic win for strutting Jarl. Congrats on taking the checkered flag. You really drove that car like you stole it. And Gina Jones, congratulations on your victory in the bet race. You can now claim the sleek 1961 Cooper T55 Looks like someone's got a new set of wheels to show off. Well done, both of you. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Nagion is short, has tight turns and sharp curves, so a car that can navigate those with precision and stability would have the edge. Acceleration and top speed are less critical here because the focus is on agility and control through the twisty sections. A balanced suspension setup and good grip would make or break the race for most cars on this track. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking, and you don't want to miss out on the chance to see which AI driver takes the lead. Hurry up and make your choice before the countdown ends. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. The Brabham BT62 is a beast designed for pure speed and agility, so Lux Ravenous has a pretty solid advantage there. On the other hand, Gina Jones in that Citroën GT might surprise us if she has some clever handling tricks up her sleeve. But honestly, if it's just raw horsepower and racing pedigree, I'd say Lux Ravenous is slightly more likely to take the win. Still, racing is unpredictable, so maybe Gina can pull off a surprise. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Magione Short Track. Maya's on pole, rocking a 2010 Spania GT Hispano, so buckle up for some fast action. Let's see if she keeps that lead. Lux Ravenous has taken an early lead with Maya right behind in second place. Prodigy Place 58 is holding on to third, but expect some early action to shake things up. Turbo Benzina just made a bold move to third place. Fishing is climbing fast, now in 13th. Prodigy Place 58 has edged into second. Things are heating up. Queen Monda is climbing fast into 6th place. Queen Monda and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 5th. Sophie is advancing one spot to 8. Sophie and Pippi Langstrumpf are locked in a close fight for 7th. Gina Jones is climbing to 4th place. Quimonda is inching into 5th. Sophie is sneaking into 7th. Looks like everyone's on the move. Sophie is climbing up to 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry is also moving up to 11th. Hishings and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 11th. Gina Jones is closing in on Turbo Benzina, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Niba and are battling hard for 9th place. Hishings is making moves, climbing up 1 spot to take 11th. Gina Jones is in a 2010 Citroën GT, which is known for its unique design and decent handling. She's currently in 4th place, so she's holding her own pretty well. Looks like she's trying to stay out of trouble and keep that position. Lux Ravenous is leading in a 2019 Brabham BT62, which is known for its lightweight design and impressive aerodynamics. They seem to be comfortably ahead, maintaining the fastest lap and controlling the race. Scott Dixon is driving a 2012 Rough CTR3, a car known for its sharp handling and aggressive aerodynamics. He's currently in the middle of the pack, sitting in the 15th position, and seems to be struggling a bit with pace compared to others. Team Tinatea is climbing up to 11th place. XOSS is making a move to 16th place. Niva is now in 9th place, closing the gap with Amy. They are still battling it out for that position. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 12th place, making some moves. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th place. Niba and Amy are nose to nose for 9th position. Hishings is climbing up to 12th place. Sophie is climbing up to 5th place. Team Tinatea is now in 10th. Ingela McCringleberry is in 12th. Looks like everyone's making moves. New for Life just gained 1 spot and is now in 14th place. Hishings and New for Life are nose to tail fighting for that 13th spot. Team Tinatea just overtook someone and is now in 9th place. Amy and Team Tinatea are nose to nose for 9th. Turbo Benzina is driving a 2019 Brabham BT62 and is currently in 3rd place. They've set the fastest lap of the race so far with a 0:57.978. Looks like they're pushing hard, but still a bit behind the leaders. Quimonda is climbing to 5th place. Amy and Team Tinatea are locked in a close fight for 9th. No for Life is advancing to 13th. Sophie is driving a 2011 Lamborghini Aventador. They are currently in 4th place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard to stay ahead. Well, look at that. Looks Ravenous just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Congratulations to Lux Ravenous for winning the race. That was some impressive driving. And a big shout out to Sovi for grabbing the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a sweet ride with that Lamborghini Aventador. Well done, both of you. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your car selection now if you want to see your favorite zoom through the race. Don't leave it to the last second or you'll miss out on the fun. Oh, this is a classic matchup. The Ford Capri Zac Speed from 1980 is a bit of a muscle car with that vintage charm and raw power. On the other hand, the Lancia Monte Carlo Turbo from 1981 might have the edge with its turbocharged engine and a more nimble chassis. Honestly, I'd say it comes down to how well each AI handles those specific cars on Sonoma's twisty track. But if I had to pick, I'd give a slight edge to Roger Bear 302 and the Lancia, just because turbocharged engines from that era usually pack a little more punch in the sharp corners. Still, don't count out Pippi Langstrom. She's got that vintage appeal, and maybe a few surprises up her sleeve. Let's see how it all plays out. Alright folks, the race is heating up at Sonoma and leading the pack is Naibe in the Group 5 class, piloting a classic 1979 Chevrolet Decon Monza GTX. Looks like he's got the early lead, but with these AI drivers, anything can happen. Stay tuned. Tangadaki TTV has shot out in front, leading the race. Naiba is holding strong in second place, while Roger Bear 302 is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Lobardo is on a tear, climbing 5 places to 24th. Scott Dixon is inching closer to the top, now in 5th. Amy is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 6th. Dina Jones and New for Life are nose-to-tail fighting for 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 13th. Wrath 92 is also making moves, now in 17th. Turbo Benzina just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Sovi is climbing up to 13th. Looks like Sovi and I are about to have a close duel for 12th. Sovi is climbing up to 12th place. Hingle McCringleberry and I are nose to nose for 13. Wrath 92 is sneaking into 16. Sovi and Elizatone Tana 95 are nose to nose for 11th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 13. Franquetti is making a move to 28. Naiba and Tengodaki TTV are nose to tail at the front. Amy has made a move up to 5th place. Wannabe Kiddo is climbing to 9th. Wannabe Kiddo and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 8th. Franquetti is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 25. Billy has gained 1 spot to 23. Skozer Ops is also climbing, moving up 2 spots to 24. Gina Jones just moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Wannabe Kiddo and Wolf Life are nose to nose for 8. Buckyboard is chipping away at Shoebox TV's lead, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 10th. Wannabe Kiddo is climbing up to 8th place. Maya is making a move to 13th. Ihava Eczema is now in 22nd place after falling back 7 spots. Rank 92 has gained 1 position and is now in 15th. Big Boy Bets has also moved up 1 spot into 16th. Billy is climbing to 22nd place. Skozer Ops is catching up to 23rd. Franquetti is also moving forward to 24th. Looks like a little push for the back markers. Ihave Eczema is closing in on Mobius, cutting the gap by 16.8 seconds. Gina Jones is climbing up to 6th place. Zoe is moving up to 10th place. Turbo Benzina just overtook Sovi and is now in 10th place. They are still neck and neck in that battle for 10th. Wannabe Kiddo has just advanced to 7th place. Sovi has also moved up 1 spot to 10th. Turbo Benzina and Sovi are nose to nose for 10th place. Big Boy Bets is driving a vintage 1968 Chevrolet Camaro. They're currently in the 16th place and their lap time suggests they're not exactly setting the world on fire today. Wraith 92 is driving a vintage Dodge Dart. They're currently in 21st place and running a pretty consistent lap time around 1 minute 50 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Wraith 92 is really having a rough time, dropping 8 places to 24th. Amy and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose for 4th place. Maya and Illicitone 1095 are locked in a close fight for 12th. Wrath 92 is on a roll, climbing through the field. now in 15th place after overtaking 9 cars. Gilbardo is closing in on Francorti fast, cutting the gap by 7.7 seconds. Elititonetel 95 is hot on Turbo Benzina's tail, closing in by just over a second and a half. Sovi is climbing to 8th place. Turbo Benzina is right behind New for Life, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. Maya and Elicitone 1095 are nose to tail for 12. Immobius is driving a 1970 Pontiac Firebird. They are currently in the middle of the pack in 26th place, and seem to be struggling with lap times, as their fastest lap is significantly slower than most others. Ingela Kringleberry is climbing to 13th place. It's Bumblebreeze gaining on RAF 92, closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Wow, Tangaducky TTV, you really drove your way to victory. Nice job winning the race. Congratulations to Tangaducky TTV. You truly drove that race like a champion. Well done on taking the top spot. Now, for our fantastic drivers who are claiming some awesome cars. Maya, you crushed the lap times with the fastest lap. So you get to take home the legendary 1978 Porsche 935 78. That's a real collector's dream. Sovi, you were the master of overtaking, weaving through rivals like a racing ninja. You can claim the stunning 1978 Grinwood Corvette GTX. Nice work on the aggressive moves. Sure. Did you know the Misano World Circuit has a really exciting corner called the Curva Bianca, which means white corner in Italian? It's known for catching out even experienced drivers because of its tricky turn and the way it demands precision. So basically, it's the perfect place for a dramatic race moment. Alright folks, only a few seconds left to pick your favorite car before the countdown hits 0. If you haven't made your choice yet, now's the time to jump in, or forever hold your peace. Don't say I didn't warn you. If your preferred racer zooms past, timing's everything in this race. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. The Toyota MR2 GTS from 1998 is known for its lightweight and sharp handling, but it's definitely not a speed demon compared to modern standards. The Volkswagen Golf GTI from 2007, on the other hand, has a little more muscle and modern tech under the hood. Given the track is Misano, with its mix of curves and straightaways, I'd say the Golf GTI might have the edge because of its more balanced power and grip. But the Toyota's agility could give it a sneaky advantage in the tighter corners. Honestly, it's a close call, but I'm leaning towards the Golf GTI pulling ahead in the end. The car's better in acceleration and stability should give it an upper hand. Let's see if the AI can prove me wrong. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Misano World Circuit with Nouveau for Life up front in that classic 2003 Audi TT. Let's see if the old school power can hold off the pack. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by U20 Plays in second place and N-Body Notes holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. N-Body Notes just overtook someone to take second place. Betsma is also climbing up, now in fourth. Gravy Graves and Betsma are nose-to-nose fighting for fourth. Reinecke just gained a spot to sit in sixth place. Hot Bolognese and Anaxagorax are still neck and neck for eighth. I am climbing up to 12th place, making some moves. Hot Bolognese advances to 8th place. D Factor climbs to 9th. Nula Avi moves up to 14th. Nula and a Betty White Show are nose-to-nose for 13th. Betsma is climbing to 3rd place. Kidukachu is now in 6th. Dev Factor is making a move to 7th. Turbo Benzina is climbing fast, now in 11th place. Sovi and Turbo Benzina are nose to tail for that 11th spot. Amy is making a move, now in 15th place. Kilukachu is climbing up to 5th place. D Factor is also moving up to 6th. Gravy Graves and D Factor are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Epic Sugar is driving a 1999 Nissan Silvia S15 Spec-E. They are currently in 20th place and seem to be holding steady without any major moves so far. U20 Plays is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Scott Dixon is moving up to 26th place, just 1 spot ahead of where he was. Betsma advances to 3rd place. De Factor and Cthulhukachu are nose-to-nose for 5th. Reinecke and Grady Graves are locked in a close fight for 7th. Grady Graves is gaining on De Factor, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Maya is closing in on Sophie, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Sophie just moved up 1 spot to take 22nd place. Hot Bolognese and Rineki are nose to tail for 8th place. The Betty White show is rapidly closing the gap on Maya and is now just 1 second behind. Nulavi and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for 15th place. Ingel McCringleberry is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 14. Hot Bolognese is inching forward, now in 8th place. Amy and the Betty White show are nose to tail fighting for 15. Hot Bolognese and Gravy Graves are still neck and neck for 7th place. Turbo Benzina just climbed up to 9. Sovi is now in 11th, inching closer to the top 10. Cthulhu Cacho and U20 plays are neck and neck for 4th place. Hot Bolognese just gained a spot and is now 7th. Sofake is climbing up to 19th. Cthulhu Cacho just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Turbo Benzina is now in 8th, after moving up 1 spot. Sovi has also gained 1 position, now in 10th. Sovi and Gravy Graves are neck and neck for 9th place. Hot Bolognese is gaining on Defactor, closing the gap to just over 3 seconds. Amy is now 1 second behind. Maya Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot to take 18th place. Gina Jones and the Betty White show are battling closely for 17th place. Defector is climbing to 5th place. Hot Bolognese is closing in on U20 place, cutting the gap by over a second. Sovi is moving up to 9th place. Ingel McCringleberry is climbing to 10th place. Nulavi is closing in on Amy and has cut the gap by over a second. Lazy Towner is making a move and is now in 21st. Cthulhu Cacho is closing in on Betsmar, cutting the gap by a second and a tenth. Turbo Benzina and Hot Bolognese are nose to nose for 7th place. Maya is climbing up to 12, leaving the backmarkers behind. Wow, what a shocker. Congratulations on winning the race. New for life. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Wow, New for life. You are on a winning streak and just took home another victory. 7 days in a row. That's almost becoming a legend. Congratulations on crushing the race again and earning those 500 request points. You're definitely making the rest of the drivers work for their glory. And Ingel McCringleberry, fantastic job snagging the fastest lap. That 1999 Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6 is a classic, and now it's all yours. Well done on that speedy lap. Keep up the great driving, everyone. Sure thing. Did you know that Rouen-les-Assas track is famous for its unpredictable weather conditions? Sometimes it's sunny, and a few laps later you might find yourself racing in the rain. It's like the track is playing a game of weather roulette with the drivers. Definitely keeps things interesting. Wow, these are some vintage beauties going head to head. The Chinook Mark II from 1966 sounds like a classic, probably reliable, but maybe not the speedster of the two. On the other hand, the Nissan R380, a 2 from 1967, is a racing legend from its time, built for speed and agility. I'd put my chips on exclusive gods with that Nissan. It might have a slight edge in agility and raw power, especially on a track like Rouen-les-Issa. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Let's see who surprises us the most. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Rouen-les-Issa. Amy in her vintage McLaren M1D from 1966 is starting on pole. Let's see if she can hold that position, or if those younger cars will give her a run for her money. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, followed closely by Senor Flip Flopone in 2020 in second place. I'm holding down third for now, but don't blink or you might miss a switch up. Stabigale Killens and DECKB Zerogers are still neck and neck for fifth place. Hingle Mikringodari is climbing up to 8th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Maya is now in second place, climbing one spot. DKKK Zero Gates also moving up one spot into fourth. Brandobuster and DCCK Beziogerds are nose to nose fighting for fourth place. Brandobuster is climbing up to fourth place. DAKPT say. Cantabuster are neck and neck for that spot. New for Life is gaining 2 positions to sit in 7th. New for Life and Exclusive Gods are fighting hard for 6th. Brando Booster is climbing up to 3rd place. DKK Pate Rogerts and Senior Flip Flopona 100 and 2020 are nose to nose for 4th. New for Life and Exclusive Gods are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Maya is closing in on Amy for the lead. DKK Batesia Rogerts just overtook someone to claim 4th place. New for Life is making a move, climbing to 6th. Maya just overtook another car and is now in 1st place. Amy is closing the gap. Looks like this race is about to get interesting. Maya holding a slim lead, but Amy is right behind, ready to pounce. Exclusivagox is climbing to 6th place. Stabby Gale Killens is now 7th. Hingo McCringleberry is pushing into 8th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Stabby Gale Killens and Exclusivagox are neck and neck for 6th place. Gina Jones and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a close fight for 11th. The Hyper 7 and Sovi are battling hard for 14th. DC KP is holding on to 4th, but Exclusive Ox is right behind in 7th. Looks like a tight battle for now. Scott Dixon is driving a vintage McLaren M1B, starting from the 12th position. Looks like he's gained a few spots but still has some work to do to catch the leaders. Sovi is driving a 1972 Lola T290, which is quite the outlier in this vintage field. Looks like their race is a bit of a climb, currently in 16th place. Might be time for some vintage magic to catch up? Brando Booster is climbing up to 2nd place. DDESAK and Amy are nose to tail for 3rd. Scott Dixon and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. DC K. Patsy Rogerts is climbing fast into 2nd place. Scott Dixon and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 8th. Nulavi is making a move up to 11th. Senor Flipfloponi 12020 just snuck into 4th place. Exclusive Gox is right behind in 5th. Inga McCringleberry is making a move, climbing to 6th. Looks like the battle for the middle is heating up. Turbo Benzina and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 8th place. Blackbeard just slipped into 13th. Toby is also climbing now 14th. Sovi is racing the 1972 Lola T290, which is quite a departure from the vintage lineup. Their race looks rough with a lap time of over 2 minutes and 38 seconds, currently sitting in the 15th place. It seems like they're struggling to keep up. Sovi is gaining on Blackbearded, closing the gap by 130 seconds. New for Life and Brando Buster are locked in a fierce fight for 15th place. Ingle McCringleberry and Exclusive Gox are neck and neck for 5th place. Scott Dixon and Stabigail Killams are trading positions for 7th. New for Life and Brando Buster are locked in a close fight for 15th. Congratulations, Maya. Looks like you're the queen of Ruan Leosaris now. Who knew all that racing practice paid off? Congratulations, Maya. You really drove that race like a pro and took home the victory. Well done. And since you also snagged the fastest lap, you get to claim the 1966 Chinook Mark II. That's quite the vintage treasure. Enjoy flying around in style. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability, because Daimler Test Track is known for its tight corners and technical sections. A car that can grip the road well and handle sharp turns smoothly would have a real advantage here. Speed is important too, but without the ability to stay on the track and maneuver confidently, it won't matter how fast you go in a straight line. So, a balanced setup with good cornering performance would be the ideal choice. Alright, this is quite the showdown. The 2018 Holden Commodore ZB has some modern tech and a sleek chassis, so it might have an edge in agility and handling. Meanwhile, the 2015 Ford Falcon FGX has that raw Australian muscle feel, so it could pack a punch in straight-line speed. If I had to make a guess, I'd say the Commodore might take an early lead because of its newer engineering. But don't count out the Falcon. It has history on its side and could surprise us with some raw power. It aimed to be a close race, but I'd be leaning towards the Commodore slightly ahead at the finish line. Let's see if my prediction holds true. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Daimler Test Track, and leading the pack is New for Life in a sleek 2018 Holden Commodore ZB, sitting on pole position. Looks like it's ready to set the pace from the very start. The race kicks off with New for Life taking the lead, followed closely by Franquity in second and Sovi in third. Looks like a tight start already. Franquity is now in the lead, taking the top spot. Maya and JC Swishman 33 are nose to nose for fourth place. Turbo Benzina and Calicumbani are also locked in a close fight for seventh. Maya is now in third place, closing the gap. Sylvia and Maya are still neck and neck for that position. Amy has advanced to ninth, making her way up. Pippi Langstrom just overtook Navy, and now they are side by side for the 13th place. This race is getting spicy. Deplorable Apple is driving a 2013 Holden Commodore VF. They're currently in 6th place, so they're holding steady but not making any dramatic moves. Looks like a solid, if uneventful, race so far. Amy is in 12th place with a 2013 Holden Commodore VF. Looks like she's stuck behind some faster cars but still hanging in there. Maya is driving a 2015 Ford Falcon FGX, starting from the 5th position. She's currently in 3rd place, so she's gained a couple of spots. Looks like she's making a decent push. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 2013 Nissan Altima Twat. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle. Currently in the 13th place, likely stuck behind some faster cars. Hippie Lundstrom is driving a 2015 Ford Falcon FGX. They're currently in 15th place, so not exactly leading the pack, but still hanging in there. Deplorableeple and JT Swishman 33 are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Turbo Benzina just gained 1 spot to 7th. Calican Bunny and Turbo Benzina are now fighting for 7th. Turbo Benzina is in 8th place, with a 2018 Holden Commodore ZB. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress yet. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 2013 Nissan Altima Type. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack and not making much progress. Deplorableeple just overtook someone to climb to 5th place. JT Swishman 33 and Deplorableeple are nose-to-tail fighting for 5th. Turbo Benzina and JT Swishman 33 are locked in a close duel for 6th. Gina Jones is slicing through the field, now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. JT Swishman 33 is climbing steadily, now in 4th after gaining 2 spots. Turbo Benzina is making a move, now in 6th, after moving up 1 position. Turbo Benzina is driving a 2018 Holden Commodore ZB. They're currently in 7th place, and their lap time is over 2 seconds slower than the leader. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Scott Dixon is climbing to 10th place. Hingle McCringleberry is advancing to 12th. Naiva is moving up to 14th. The V8 supercars are holding tight, but the track seems to favor the more recent models with better lap times. Classic cars are struggling to keep up, especially on this track's technical sections. Calican Bunny is driving a 2008 Ford Falcon FG. They are currently in 8th place, and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times over 2 minutes. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Congratulations, Frank Werty. Looks like you took the top spot at Daimler Test Track. Guess all those laps paid off. Wow! Congratulations to Frank Werty for taking the win. Excellent driving out there. And a big shout out to Amy for the most overtakes. That's some aggressive racing. She can now claim a 2013 Holden Commodore VF, so get ready to hit the streets in style. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because Dubai International has those sharp turns and high-speed straights that demand precise control and quick maneuvering. Power is important, But without the ability to stay glued to the track during those fast corners, you're just asking for trouble. So, a car with a good balance of grip, steering responsiveness, and acceleration would be the ideal choice. Alright everyone, you better make up your minds because the countdown is almost up. Choose your favorite AI-driven car before it's too late. The race is about to begin, and you don't want to miss the chaos. Ooh, this is quite the classic showdown. The 1964 Austin Mini Cooper S is a tiny powerhouse known for its agility and nimbleness, especially around tight corners. But the 1965 Toyota 2000 GT is a gorgeous machine with a sleek design and a bit more horsepower under the hood. Given the track is Dubai International, a mix of high-speed straights and sharp turns, I'd say the Mini might have a slight edge in maneuverability. However, the Toyota's extra power could give it a speed boost down the straights. Ultimately, I'd put my chips on the Toyota for its overall power and stability. But don't count out the Mini for making some sneaky moves. Let's see how this plays out. Alright folks, the race kickoff at Dubai International, and look at that. Lord Secresby on pole with a 1939 Alfa Romeo 6C 2500 Corsa. Classic wheels. But I wouldn't expect speed to be their strong suit today. Violetta Mama has shot off the line to take the lead. Lord Secresby is holding strong in second place. And Pippi Langstrup is hanging on in third, probably dreaming of a fairy tale comeback. Gina Jones is on a tier, moving up to third place after overtaking 3 cars. Double is making a strong push, passing 4 cars to reach 10th. Waldo is also climbing, overtaking 3 to settle into 14th. Gina Jones just overtook someone to climb into second place. Violetta Mama and Gina are nose to tail for that second spot. Ingle McCringleberry is chipping away at Violetta Mama's lead, now just 2.6 seconds behind. Scott Dixon is climbing to 5th place. Someone just gained 1 spot to take 7th. Double is also moving up 1 spot, now in 9th. Gina Jones is gaining on Pippi Langstrup, closing the gap by over a second. Someone just moved up one spot to take 6th place. Lord Zekresby and another driver are locked in a close fight for 6th position. Scott Dixon is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by over a second. Double has climbed one spot to 7th place. Waldo is also on the move, advancing one position to 11. Scott Dixon and the other driver are nose to tail for 5th place. Maya just gained one spot and is now in 9th. Waldo and Gio Laguna Miracles are locked in a close fight for 10th. New for Life is charging through the field, now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones is closing the gap on Pippi Langstrup by 1.6 seconds, looking to make a move soon. Scott Dixon has climbed one spot to secure 4th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Pippi Langstrup, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Scott Dixon is gaining on Violeta Mama, chipping away at the lead by 1.2 seconds. Someone just made a move, climbing up one spot to take 5th place. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Amy just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Ablaze is now in 11th, inching closer to the top 10. Dragu has climbed to 13th, still in the chase. Nulavi is on the move, climbing 4 spots to 17. New for Life is dropping back, losing 6 places to 22. Maya and Double are locked in a fierce duel for 7th. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing 2 spots. Ablaza has moved up 1 spot into 10th. Turbo Benzina and Fragote are nose to nose fighting for 13th place. Double just climbed to 7th place. Ablaza is closing in on Amy and shrinking the gap by 140 seconds. Turbo Benzina moved up to 13. Turbo Benzina and Lord Zekresby are nose to nose for 12. Hingle McCringleberry just overtook Amy for 8th place. Ablaze and Amy are still neck and neck for 9th. Turbo Benzina is climbing steadily, now in 12th. Gina Jones just overtook someone to take the lead. Pippi Langstrup is right behind her, both battling for 1st place. Someone is climbing up 1 spot to take 4th. Looks like the race is heating up. Pippi Langstrup is climbing to the top spot. Violeta Mama and someone are locked in a fierce battle for 3rd place. Ablaza is making a move and has just taken 8th place. Waldo just nudged into the top 10, sneaking past Hingle McCringleberry. They're still close in that battle for 10th place. Sophie is climbing up to 15th, making some moves. Hingle McCringleberry is really dropping back now, down to the 18th place. Ablase is climbing steadily, now in 7th. Looks like Ablaze and Maya are nose to tail for 6th place, so expect some fireworks soon. Maya is closing in on Scott Dixon quickly, just 1.4 seconds behind now. Amy has moved up 1 spot, grabbing Pate. Double and Amy are nose to tail, fighting hard for Pate. Gina Jones just took the lead, moving up 1 spot to take 1st place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Gina are still nose to nose for the top spot. Someone just gained 1 position and is now in 3rd place. The gap to Pippi Langstrumpf is shrinking fast. Just 1.3 seconds now. Ablaze and I nose to nose for 6th place. This is getting spicy. Nulavi is climbing up, grabbing the 15th spot now, making moves. Wow, Gina Jones just took the victory. Looks like she's got the speed and the style to leave everyone in the dust. Congratulations. Wow, Gina Jones really threw down and took the win. Great job there, Gina. Looks like all that racing skill paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Alright, here's a fun tidbit about Zandvoort National Track. Did you know that this Dutch circuit has a unique feature called the Tarzan Corner, which is basically a high-speed sweeping bend that really tests the skill of the drivers, or, in our case, the AI racers. It's notorious for catching out those who underestimate it. So, expect some dramatic overtakes or crashes depending on how brave our AI drivers are feeling today. Wow! This is a classic battle of vintage machines. Both these cars are from the same era, but their designs are quite different. The Lotus 70 was known for its aerodynamic efficiency and lightweight, making it a real contender on a track like Zandvoort. The Crossell 15F, on the other hand, was praised for its agility and handling, especially on tight corners. If I had to pick, I'd say the Lotus 70 might have an edge in straight-line speed and overall stability. But the Crossell 15F could surprise us with its nimbleness around the bends. Honestly, I'm just excited to see which one of these classics can outmaneuver the other. It's vintage car racing at its finest. Who do you think will take the win? Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Zandvoort Nationale. RAF 92 is starting on pole, driving a classic 1968 Eagle Mark V in the Formula 5000 class. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the new school challengers. RAF 92 has shot off the line to take the lead. Silent Fox 513 is holding strong in second place, and Rexon Zero is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Deplorable is making a charge, overtaking 3 cars to grab third place. Silent Fox 213 is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to lead the race. Hingham Mekringleberry and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a tight duel for 7th place. Hingham Mekringleberry is climbing up to 7th place. Siraria is also moving up to 8th. Bjorn Art is making a solid push to 12th. Bjorn Art and Trash Crashton are nose-to-nose for 11th. Bjorn Art is climbing up to 11th place. Uncanny Buddy is now in 16th. Looks like some steady progress. Rex and Sarah and Deplorably Apple are neck and neck for 3rd place. Trash Crashton is climbing up 1 spot to 11. Bjorn Art and Trash Crashton are now fighting for the same position. Basinese Art Wu is really having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 23rd. Beyond Two Dark Souls just gained 1 spot to 14th. Uncanny Buddy also moved up 1 spot to 15th. Rex and Sarah is climbing up to 3rd place. Hingham Mekringleberry is now in 6th. Hingham and Scott Dixon are nose-to-nose for 5th. The Formula 5000 cars are all pretty evenly matched, so the track at Zandvoort with its tight corners and high-speed sections is likely making overtakes tricky. Expect some close racing and maybe a few surprises if someone pushes too hard. Rex and Sarah just overtook someone to climb into 2nd place. Sirarelia is also making moves up to 7th, but she's got Badazara right on her tail in that tight battle for 7. Scott Dixon is climbing to 4th place. Sirarelia is also moving up to 6th. Hingham Mekringleberry and Sirarelia are nose-to-nose for 6th. Hingle McCringleberry just climbed one spot to 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Deplorable Apple are nose to nose for 5th place. Gina Jones and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 11th. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 8th place. Beyond Fu Dark Souls is now in 12th. Unkoni, Buddy and Bjorn Art are battling hard for 14th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 3rd place. Trash Trashton has moved up to 9th. New for Life is now in 10th. Deplorably Apple and Wrath 92 are neck and neck for 4th place. Uncanny Buddy is climbing up to 12th after a solid move. Uncanny Buddy and Badazzer are battling for 12th. Looks like a tight squeeze. Deplorably Apple is climbing up to 4th place. Sophie is also moving up to 14th. Sophie and Uncanny Buddy are nose to nose for 13th. Move for Life just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Gina Jones and Sophie are still locked in a close fight for 14th. Congratulations to Silent Fox 213 on winning the race. Looks like someone was just too quick to catch. Well, deserved victory. Wow, Silent Fox 213 took the win. That was an impressive display of racing skills, even if it's with AI cars. Congrats. I guess they really foxed the competition today. Alright folks, the 1975 Lotus 72 was actually known for its innovative design, especially its wedge shape and side-mounted radiators. It was like the car chose to be aerodynamic before it was cool, and made sure all the heat stayed out of the driver's hair. Plus, it won several races, proving that sometimes really, really good ideas do pay off on the racetrack. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown's ticking down and we're about to start this AI race. Don't miss out on your chance to see which car takes the crown. Get those selections in before it's too late. Wow, what a classic showdown. Gina Jones in that vintage Hill GH1 versus Scott Dixon in the Parnelli V PJ4. Both cars have their quirks that are quite different in how they handle. The Hill GH1 is known for its agility and nimbleness, which could be a big advantage on Circuito Sagalices with its twists and turns. On the other hand, the Parnelli VPJ4 has a reputation for solid acceleration and stability, especially on straights. Honestly, I'd put my chips on Gina using that agile little thing to zip through the corners faster than Scott can get a grip. But then again, Dixon's experience and the Parnelli's power might just give him the edge on the longer straights. Who knows? It's a toss-up, but I'd lean slightly toward Gina's car, favoring the sharp turns. Buckle up, it's going to be a fun race. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Circuito Sagalices and Augswolfi is starting on pole in a sleek 1975 Surtees TS16. Looks like he's got a good shot at taking that first place. Let's see if the AI can keep it interesting. Augswolfi has taken the lead right out of the gate. Christoph 33 is holding strong in second place. Arlo Coast is currently in third, trying to keep up. Christoph 33D just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Augswolfi and Christoph 33 are still nose-to-nose for first. Nobuaef has climbed to fifth, inching closer to the front. Augswolfi just overtook to take the lead. Hingo McCringleberry and Will for Life are still locked in a close fight for fifth. Rusnapalm Zix is climbing up to 8th place. No for Life just overtook someone to take 4th place. Rusnapalm Zix and Deplorablepel are still neck and neck for 7th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 14th. No for Life and Arlo Coast are nose to tail for 3rd place. Dr. Keep Sapaway just snuck into 9th position, climbing 1 spot. Pippi Langstrom is driving a Parnelli VPJ4, starting in 9th place. Looks like they're holding steady just behind the top 10, not making any big moves yet. Rusnapalm 6 is driving a Penske PC1, a car known for its power and agility. They're holding steady in 8th place, so it looks like they're managing to stay competitive without any major drama so far. No for Life is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Amy has also moved up 1 spot into 4th. Deplorablepel is making a charge up 2 spots into 5th. Alokos just overtook someone to take 5th place. Hingo McCringleberry is right behind in 6th. Looks like those two are about to turn this into a real close fight for 5th. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing to 5th place. Deplorablepel is also moving up to 6th. Dr. Keep Sapaway and Rusnapalm 6 are nose-to-nose for 8th. Maya and Pippi Langstrom are neck and neck for 10th place. Gina Jones just gained 1 spot, now 15th. Augswolfi is comfortably leading and has the fastest lap, so he's in a strong position to seal the deal unless someone pulls off a miracle.
Hingle McCringleberry is driving a March 751. He's currently in 6th place and has a slowest lap of 1 minute 8 seconds, which suggests he's struggling to keep up with the leaders. The F1 1975 cars seem pretty evenly matched on this track, but the circuit's tight corners and high-speed sections are favoring the more agile and experienced drivers. The top positions are tightly packed, so small differences in car handling and driver skill are making a big impact. Maya is climbing up to 10th place. Billy and Pippi Langstrom are still nose-to-nose for 11th. Scott Dixon is inching into the top 15. Maya and Dr. Keep Sapaway are nose to tail in 9th place. Sovi is climbing steadily into 12th. Meanwhile, Aprido Dope and Scott Dixon are swapping positions in the 14th spot. Rusna Palm 6 is climbing to 7th place. Maya is inching closer to 8th place. Dr. Keep Sapaway and Maya are neck and neck for 9th. New for Life is driving a Williams FW04 with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 6 seconds and 7800. They're currently in 3rd place and making a solid push through the field. Wow! Ogswolfie took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's been practicing their speed. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Ogswolfie for taking the win. That was a fantastic race and really well deserved. Now, for those who earned some rewards, let's give a shout out to New for Life for snagging the fastest lap. They can now claim the classic 1975 Williams FW04, perfect for those nostalgic F1 moments. And a big applause for Scott Dixon for winning the bet race. He can now add the iconic 1975 Parnelli 5th PJ4 to their collection. Great job all around, and I can't wait to see what happens next. Alright everyone, last chance to pick your favorite car before the countdown runs out. Make your choice or forever wonder what could have been. Alright, we've got Gina Jones in a classic Lotus Elise GT1 and Scott Dixon in a McLaren F1 GTR Longtail. The Lotus is lightweight and nimble, perfect for tight corners. But the McLaren is a powerhouse with some serious speed on the straights. If the race is mostly about quick acceleration and top-end speed, I'd lean towards Scott with that GTR Longtail.
But if it's a technical track with lots of sharp turns, Gina's Lotus might give a sneaky advantage. Honestly, I'd put my money on Scott for this one, unless Gina pulls off some wicked finesse through the corners. We shall see. Alright everyone, we're kicking off at Oschersleben with the GT1 class. Pippi Langstrumpf is on pole, cruising in a classic 1996 Porsche 911 GT1. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if she'll be overtaken in style. Smurf 20 is leading the race right now, followed closely by Pippi Langstrumpf in second place. Turbo Benzina is sitting in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Sophie and Gina Jones are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Senya Hima is climbing up one spot to 9th. Ye Cheeseman 33. And Navling are nose to nose for 13. DH Swishman 33 is making a move, now in 11th place. Rude 3 Boy Gaming Studios is closing in, now in 13th. Sovi is climbing steadily, now in 6th. Move for Life and Zinyahima are nose to tail for 8th place. Yeye Swishman 33 is sneaking into 10th and Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios is climbing into 12th. Sinyahima is dropping back 9 places to 17. Scott Dixon is climbing 1 spot to take 4th. Big Aldnerd and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 4th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Pippi Langstrumpf is leading the race in the 1996 Porsche 911 GT1. It's holding the top spot comfortably so far, with no signs of slowing down. JT Swishman 33 is climbing to 7th place. Move for Life is catching up to Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by over a second. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Nga Woo for Life are locked in a close fight for 10th. GI Swishman 33 is closing in on Sovi and has cut the gap by 140 seconds. New for Life is climbing up to 9th place. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is also moving up to 10th place. Begoldner just overtook someone to take 4th place. Dovi is also climbing up to 5th. Yachi Swishman 33 is making moves to 6th. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Justin Gilks is slicing through the field to take the 10th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 7th. Nufa Life is also moving forward to 8th. The race is heating up. Maya is climbing fast, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. No for Life is gaining on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by over a second. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is hot on Justin Gilks' tail, closing in by almost a second and a half. Justin Gilks just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Ingrid Kringleberry and Justin Gilks are nose to tail for 9th. Ian Naveling are locked in a close fight for 12th. Justin Gilks is gaining on New for Life and has cut the gap by a full second. Maya and Naveling are nose to tail for 12th place. Sinyahima is closing fast on Scott Dixon and has chipped away almost 4 seconds. Scott Dixon is closing in on Amy fast, cutting the gap by over 10 seconds. Yechi Swishman 33 just moved up 2 spots to take 4th place. The Goldnerd and Jichi Swishman 33 are now locked in a tight battle for 4th. Sovi is climbing to 5th place. Justin Gilks is now in 8th. Justin Gilks and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 7th. Justin Gilks is climbing to 7th place. No for Life and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 8th. Maya is advancing to 11th. Turbo Benzina is driving a Mercedes-Benz CLK GT-RG T1 from 1998. They are currently in 3rd place and have a fastest lap, just slightly slower than Smurf 20. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead. Yechi Swishman 33 is driving a 1994 Toyota Supra GT 500. They're currently in 4th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 34 seconds. Looks like they're making some moves up the field. Wow! Smurf 20 just took the victory. Looks like someone's got the magic touch today. Well done! Wow! Congratulations to Smurf 20. That was an impressive victory. Looks like they really put the pedal to the metal. And a big shout out to Gina Jones for winning the bet race. Gina, you can now claim a shiny 1997 Lotus Elise GT1. I bet you're pretty excited about that. Keep racing, keep winning. Sure. A fun fact about the Curitiba track is that it's known for its tricky corners and elevation changes that keep even the most experienced drivers on their toes. It's like the roller coaster of racing circuits, but with faster cars and fewer screams. Well, unless the AI gets a little overexcited, then maybe. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it before the countdown runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which one of these sleek machines will dominate the race. Hurry up and make your choice.
Alright folks, the race kicks off at Curitiba and Amy is starting on pole. She's behind the wheel of a classic 23 Alzen Porsche 996 Biturbo dos Seguido. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold the lead. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by me, Maya, and then Scott Dixon in third. Looks like a tight start already. Maya takes the lead, moving up one spot to claim first place. Pippi Langstrom and Scott Dixon are nose-to-nose for third. Grandelight advances one position to 15th. Turbo Benzina is climbing fast into fourth place. Sophie and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for seventh. Deplorable Apple is gaining ground, now in ninth. Scott Dixon and Amy are nose-to-nose for second place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to fifth. New for Life and Deplorable Apple are locked in a close fight for ninth. Move for Life is climbing up to 9th place. Brenda Levy and Resnapalm 6 are locked in a close fight for 14th. Deplorable and New for Life are neck and neck for 9th place. Resnapalm 6 and Jackson DeBox are locked in a close fight for 13th. Maya is holding her ground, but Amy is definitely gaining, closing the gap by over a second now. Scott Dixon and Amy are nose to tail for second place. Looks like a battle to watch. Rusnapalm 6 and Jackson DeBox are trading paint for the 13th spot. It's getting spicy back there. Trend Alive is climbing to 13th place. Squat Bender is narrowing the gap to Maldox VCF by over a second. Lemon Cult Games is in 20th place with a 2015 seat, Leon Dotto. Looks like they're just cruising along, probably saving fuel for a late push. Gabby the Minimac is racing a 2015 seat, Leon in the TCR class. Their race looks to be at a standstill with no recorded lap time, so they might be stuck or out of the race. Scott Dixon is now in second place. Turbo Benzina has moved up to third. Pippi Langstrom is right behind in fourth. Pippi and Turbo Benzina are nose-to-tail fighting for third. Scott Dixon and Maya are nose-to-tail for the lead. Pippi Langstrom is up to third place now. Gina Jones has gained one spot and is now in sixth. Trendelevis is dropping like a stone to 21st place. Rusnapalm 6 is climbing up to 12th. Chozang's Coast is also moving up to 13th. Trendelive is storming through the field, now in 9th place after overtaking 12 cars. Scott Dixon and I are still nose-to-nose for the lead. No clear winner yet. Scott Dixon and Maya are nose-to-tail for the lead. New Foy Life just overtook someone to take 9th place. Deplorable Apple is also climbing up to 10. Looks like the race is heating up.
Scott Dixon is now in first place. Rusnapalm 6 has moved up to 11th. Sovi is driving a 2009 Nissan GT-R GT1, which is known for its advanced aerodynamics and high downforce. They're currently in 8th place, just behind the top GTRs, and their fastest lap is close to the leaders. Looks like Sovi is holding steady but might need a push to overtake the cars ahead. Congratulations to Scott Dixon on the victory. Clearly, he knows how to steer his way to the top. Well done. Wow! Scott Dixon really pulled through at the end. Congratulations on the win. That was some impressive driving. Now, for the exciting part, Pippi Langstrumpf and Turbo Benzina, you both did fantastic. Pippi, snagging the fastest lap, means you get to claim that stunning 2004 Porsche Carrera GT-R Turbo Benzina. With the most overtakes, you're taking home the 2004 Saleen S7. Well done to both of you for your incredible performances. This race just keeps getting more thrilling. Alright everyone, it looks like we're taking a quick pit stop for some stream maintenance.